Morokanele, good morning. Rico here. Listen, who do I give co-hosting rights to? From SANEDI.
Yeah, good morning.
Say again, Morokanele.
Good morning, Ariko. Good morning. I think you can give it to the CEO, Dr. Tedros Martin.
So it's this one. Yeah?
Yes.
The Dr.
Yes.
Good morning, honorable members and officials.
Morning, Chair.
Morning. Will you please, Ariko, send the link to the WhatsApp? Otherwise, meanwhile, I've joined through the link to the iPhone.
Okay, Chair.
Okay, or can you send it to emails Mvane at Parliament,
I can do that, yes, Chair.
please? And I can see that there's lots of people and also honorable members that have joined. So the meeting was scheduled for 9:30. And I can see now that it's already 6 minutes past 30 minutes from the meeting that is supposed to start. Can you meanwhile flight the agenda, Ariko? Thank you very much. Let me welcome everybody in the meeting. And I just want to say the meeting is officially opened. Now, what I would love to do is to give you for apologies.
Recording in progress.
First. Secretary?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, no,
Yes.
that's fine. Just the following apologies. Honorable Kwankwa, who's on oversight visit with the Standing Committee on Appropriations. And then we've also received an apology from the Minister of Electricity and Energy, who is attending Cabinet Chair. Those are the apologies received, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. From the side of the department, any other apologies except the one of the minister?
I haven't received anything from the department, Chair. Or do you want the
Okay.
department to respond?
Okay. Is the DM in the platform?
I am, Chair. I struggle to connect, but I am on.
Thank you very much, DM. Let me also acknowledge for your presence and thanks for joining us. And if you are ready to make some opening remarks, it's the time for you. But first, let me request honorable members to adopt the agenda as it has been proposed. Ariko, assist me with the hands.
Yeah, Mr. Milam's hand is raised, Chair.
Okay, Honorable Milam
Yeah, I propose the adoption of the agenda.
is proposed, yes. Okay, any seconder?
Mr. Paulson, Chair.
Honorable Paulson?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning,
Morning.
colleagues. Good morning to the staff from SANEDI. Good morning, Hariko. Chair, I second the adoption of the agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Paulson has seconded. Honorable Milam, the agenda will be as it has been proposed. Thank you very much. It has been adopted. Now, let's go straight to the first item, Ariko. The first item might be if the DM is ready for political overview, let's give her an opportunity to do so. But if she's not, it's not a train smash, we will give her to do the input whilst we are busy presenting and also on discussions of the agenda or in discussion of the presentation.
Chairperson, I would love to take an opportunity to introduce SANEDI to you. I think it gives me an opportunity to do a bit of a brag about them. So if it's okay with you, then let me proceed just with a short intro, and then we can go into the presentation if you're happy with that.
Okay. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you, Chair. I'm in the Portfolio Committee. So good morning, everybody. I do apologize. Good morning to the Portfolio Committee, to our SANEDI team, to you particularly, Chairperson, to the staff and to the department staff that are online. It's lovely to have an opportunity to address you all today. It has been certainly a whirlwind of a year with G20. And last week's G20 was certainly something that I think will go down in the annals of history. And I'd like to just give you a little bit of a briefing on what happened on Friday. So you were there for some of the side events. And then obviously, as you're well aware, there were negotiations that took place. And then we had 7 priority outcomes that we were hoping to get consensus on, so that we could issue a ministerial communique at the end of the G20. We knew that it was going to be a very tough ask because America had come at the beginning of the year with a very alternative agenda to that which we were driving. In other words, America is very opposed to the climate change conversation. They're very opposed to anything relating to transitions. So we knew that anything that related to that, even sustainability, was a sort of a swear word for them. So we knew that America were going to be particularly difficult. They came for the first 2 working groups and were very obstructive, and then didn't come at all for the 3rd working group. They tried to get us to agree to them joining online, which we refused. And then I heard when I was in Korea, I was on a panel with the Americans on a Fueling Lives panel, which was essentially clean cooking, that Tommy Joyce, who came as the acting deputy secretary, I don't know, they're very long titles, would be coming to the 4th transition working group, and then would also be attending the ministerial. So we knew that this was going to be a very large task, and the negotiation teams from all the different departments, from all the different countries, really worked hard to try and get some level of consensus. And they finally finished up the conversations at 4 o'clock on the Friday morning, and there was no consensus on anything, not on any of our 7 priorities. And we went into that into the Friday, into the ministerial. There were certain inputs made by the Troika. And then they started the conversation on the outcomes and the interventions that were being done by each of the countries. And when America spoke, Tommy Joyce in particular, he was very impassioned about clean cooking. And he spoke a lot about how it impacts Africa and after that session, I spoke to him and I said to him, I don't think anyone expected that from you in particular. And he said, no, I'm really passionate about clean cooking. It's really something that I carry in my heart. Anyway, the day progressed and I went off to go and do some bilaterals. And when I came back, the entire plenary was in a complete state. And I said, what is going on here? And the minister had started reading the chair's report. So if you can't do a ministerial communique, you do a chair's report. And in the midst of that, he put down the report and he started to talk from his heart about clean cooking and the impact that this intervention would have and what a difference we could make in the lives of the people in Africa. And afterwards, one of the EU, the AU, the African Union Commissioner for Energy, came up to me and he said, I've been in 25 G20 like this. He said, and I've never cried. Apparently, the minister had everybody in tears in this sitting, including Tommy Joyce from America. And after the minister's intervention, everybody started saying, can we renegotiate on the clean cooking outcome? Which everybody did. And at the end of the day, we managed to get consensus on the clean cooking outcome. It was the only one we got consensus on, but at least we walked away with consensus on that one, which is so absolutely critical to human rights and to uplifting the people across South Africa and across Africa. So it was a very, very proud moment for South Africa, given what challenges we had faced at the beginning of G20. So I just wanted to share that with you because it was something we were all incredibly proud of. And I think everybody walked out of there feeling as though they'd really achieved something worthwhile out of this G20. It doesn't mean that because we didn't get consensus on the other 6 that we're not going to proceed with those programs. They remain a focal point of our department, and they're programs that we are going to continue to drive, particularly on the African agenda, especially on the just energy transition, very much in terms of trying to find affordable, accessible, available electricity for the people of South Africa. So we're not going to deviate from the objectives we had set in that G20. But I just felt it would be important for you to know what transpired at the end of that and what a difference it makes when people speak from the heart and they are genuinely committed to improving the lives of South Africans and Africans. And the minister demonstrated phenomenal leadership in that G20. And as somebody said to me, we didn't have consensus, and then the minister spoke, and then we did. So it was a really, really emotional, thrilling, unbelievable G20 outcome, and we're very, very proud of what we achieved. That being said, it's been a very long intro, but part of the reason why I was giving this introduction like this is because SANEDI were tasked with the secretariat role for G20. And I don't think Dr. Titus actually understood what he was taking on when he agreed to it. I think it was an unbelievably difficult task. But every single person I spoke to throughout the year could not stop raving about the work that had been done to make this G20 a success. We are immensely proud of what we put forward, what we showcased to the world, how we led the G20. The side events were exceptional. I mean, we ran the first ever nuclear side event at a G20. We had an incredible people-centered side event with the IEA and with Sustainable Energy for All. We had just the most phenomenal G20 year. And from what I hear, this has been probably one of the best work streams that has run the course of this year. And large part of that credit must go to Dr. Titus, to Nelly, who worked herself to death, to the incredible interns that were appointed by SANEDI to assist with us, and to the SANEDI team as a whole for the unbelievable work they've done. So that's over and above what we're going to be discussing today, but I just wanted to contextualize the incredible support that SANEDI gives to our department. They're also running the energy efficiency program, in particular the energy performance certificate program, which we're driving. So that's a massive program. We are launched recently a call for 500 young graduates to apply to become trained to do EPCs. So it's a lovely job creation opportunity for unemployed graduates. That's emanating from SANEDI, and that's a very small amount of work that they're doing. The green hydrogen work that's being done by Prof. Sampson, you will have seen that there was a huge amount of money that's just been allocated by the EU, by President von der Leyen with President Ramaphosa last week while they were meeting on the Global Gateway. And it's billions of rands that are going to be pumped into the Hive green hydrogen development. So the work that is being done by SANEDI in terms of their development within the energy space is absolutely unbelievable. And I don't think our department could have functioned as well as it has since we started if it wasn't for the work that was being done by them as a think tank, as a support for the department, and in terms of everything else that they're doing to drive the energy agenda across the country. So that being said, it is actually a huge privilege and a huge honor for me to hand over to SANEDI for them to take you through their presentation. Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, TM. And you have just touched many things that are very critical and important for us. And I think SANEDI is also listening to your presentation. Thank you very much once more. Let's go straight to SANEDI.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And good morning to the honorable members of the committee Also, good morning to the Minister in absentia, and as well as the Deputy Minister who has just addressed us. Good morning.
Just before that, is the chairperson of the board present with us?
Chair, this is the chair of the board. My name is Untitled Chapter. I hope I'm audible.
Okay, maybe you have joined with Mr. Mates or Dr. Mate or Gatchet.
Yes, Chair, I was just going to take the members through the logistics. We are sitting in the same boardroom with the SANEDI executives. So therefore, we'll be joining through one gadget, which is controlled by Dr. Mate. However, we can obviously switch on the video if necessary, so that you can be able to see us as well, if it's not visible.
Yeah, it is visible. Now we can see that you are not a robot and you are not Dr. Mate. You are the chairperson of the board. Thank you very much for that. Okay, you can continue, chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Chair, I will just go off the script a bit, especially after the comments by the Deputy Minister. I was holding my tears back as she was talking and articulating, firstly, I think the proceedings of the G20, but also I think some of the comments around what she also observed around the hard work that the team has put in from the beginning, where this assignment was basically given of coordinating the G20. Because I've also witnessed, I think, the work that the team has done, but also the level of commitment and the tireless, I think, burning the midnight oil in trying to make sure that the G20 becomes a success. Having said that, Chair, today we obviously presenting the annual report for the year under review 24-25 financial year. And in the boardroom, as I said, I'm joined by the full executive team of SANEDI led by Dr. Mate. But also online, we've invited the chair of the Audit and Risk Committee, Ms. Mashaka Bonambi, who will also assist in terms of the presentation whenever it's necessary. But also Mr. Mzila, who's the acting CFO, as we know that the CFO has been seconded to the department to try and hold the fort there. Dr. Mate will obviously lead the presentation after the opening remarks, and then we'll then take it from there. The structure of the presentation, Honorable Chair and the members, is that I will do the opening remarks as I've started, and then we'll cover some elements that talks to the background, and as well as then dealing with the substantive matters around the annual report that deals with non-financial performance and as well as the financial performance. And I think the outcome of the Auditor General, which we are proud of, and then we'll then conclude, Chairperson. This will also sound as if we're echoing, I think, some of the comments from the Deputy Minister, but we thought it's important that as we start with the presentation, we highlight, I think, some of the key, performance areas that we think we can actually brag about as well. And hence, we've kind of like called this slide building on the excellence and the integrity, because that's exactly what it means. Chair and members, in terms of the overall performance for the 24-25 financial year, we've achieved 100%, which is obviously an improvement from the previous years under reviews, which were sitting at about 98%. And we'd set ourselves obviously a target to maintain a clean audit since we had it, I think, last financial years. And I'm happy to report that, Chair, we've maintained that target and it's been verified by the Auditor General as well. Recognizing as well, I think, Chair and the members, that although we've been keep on stretching ourselves in terms of the target and reaching the 100% mark at the stretch session that we had last month and defining the APPs, I think we further then stretched ourselves in terms of those so that The team, of course, I think we keep them on our toes, but also it's for the benefit of the country. So as the minister, so the deputy minister rather, is mentioned, we have also provided, I think, leadership in some of the technical issues that are of national importance, like the BRICS Plus, as an example, the G20 that we've mentioned, and obviously the engagements around the African Union, as it were. So obviously we'll continue with those. And in terms of the governance and excellence, we've obviously achieved the clean audit, as I've mentioned, and I think it's something that we need to be proud of, with no material findings, which I think is great and obviously reflects some fiscal, I think, integrity amongst the team and also the structures throughout the business, because the departments and obviously the staff has to work in unison for us to be able to achieve these results and be able to maintain them. So I think it's just a reflection in terms of, I think, the excellence from the governance point of view, or good governance. And also, I think what is important, and some of the members will remember that have been part of this committee, that when we started, of course, I think there were concerns around what SANEDI was doing and where was the work that they were doing. And I'm happy to say today, we have this track record that talks to the transparency in terms of reporting and accountability, but also we can now proudly talk about tangible things that SANEDI has been doing and achieved as well, which are obviously aligned to addressing the points or the challenges of the country as a whole, which I think that's what we're aiming for in any case. Looking ahead, Chair, obviously we've set the APPs, as I've mentioned, I think earlier on, and stretching ourselves so that we continuously, I think, try and improve, I think, amongst ourselves. But also we'll continue as well, to support the intergovernmental platforms and projects that are of national importance, like G20, as I said, BRICS. But also, I think we've now gone into an area as well where, from the support of the priorities of the department, we're now looking at the INEP reconfiguration, of which we also seized with that responsibility. So we'll continue that work. And also the RP that we've been working on, we'll continue with that. And we understand that has been now served before the cabinet. But we're also now looking at making sure that we create some sort of programs that will create sustainability, I think, amongst the municipalities, since it's also one of the big issues in the country that we need to focus on. Our partnership with the National Treasury continues as well around the rollout of smart meters rollout, and where we're providing a project management approach and making sure that there are results in that particular area. And the clean coal technologies, I think those have been mentioned, and the issues of hydrogen, those have been mentioned as well. So we'll continue with those. And we're also just happy that the 12 incentives has now been extended, and we're obviously scaling up in that environment as well. And as well as making sure that we start establishing some of the energy planning and modeling centers of excellence, I think, throughout the country, and as well as in partnership with the Institute of Higher Learnings, but also including those that are previously disadvantaged as well, of which there's a couple of programs that we've initiated. So I think that's really, in terms of the opening preamble, a good story to tell, Chair, in terms of the focus. And we're hoping that we'll continue to fly the flags high. I will now then turn to Dr. Mate, who will then be taking over to run with the balance of the presentation, assisted by the executives. If you allow me, Chair, then over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let's give over to Dr. Mate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to you and the honorable members. Also, good morning to the Deputy Minister. It was very pleasing to hear those kind words. I've never seen so many men in one room crying. So I'll never forget that experience at the last meeting of the G20 Energy Transitions Working Group. I think it will stay with me for the rest of my life. So I think we have an incredible leader in the Minister Ramuhupa, and I saw it firsthand during that meeting. Having said that, Chair, I note that we probably have about 15 minutes remaining, so I'll take it that the presentation has been read Some of the slides, we'll just summarize them. We'll not go through the details. I take it the members are now very familiar with the mandate of SANEDI. We are focusing on the energy research and development, and of course, the energy efficiency in terms of our mandate. Also, the members have seen this before. This is our strategic plan for the next 5 years in support of the 5 priorities of the department. During the period that we are reporting, 2024-2025, the department was not yet a standalone department. It was a ministry under the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy. However, we started very early as SANEDI to align with the priorities of the department. And this is what we'll be pursuing for the next 5 years. The specifics in terms of what we are doing in support of the 5 priorities of the department. I think the board chairperson has now spoken about some of the work that we're doing around the reconfiguration of universal access, the work that we're doing in municipalities, that's in support of the first priority. And then with respect to the second priority, energy security, the work that we are doing to support the energy modeling and planning that the department is busy with. And we're very pleased that the IRP seems to be at the tail end. So hopefully within days now, we will be able to know what is the outcome in that aspect. Of course, there are other plans, the gas master plan that still have to be concluded, the liquid fuels master plan, the integrated energy plan. All of those plans we will continue in the next 5 years to support the department to make sure that they are updated and gazetted accordingly and implemented. With respect to industrialization and innovation, the work that we are doing in support of the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation contributes a lot towards this. The green hydrogen work that we are busy with, the carbon capture, utilization and storage work, around clean coal, the energy storage work that we are busy with. All of that is in support of the efforts of the government to drive industrialization and innovation. And of course, we are also supporting the transformation programs, the gender mainstreaming program, both internally and externally, and also the work that the department is doing. SANEDI is at the forefront of supporting that work. And then lastly, the priority of the department with respect to leadership, energy leadership, both locally as well as in the content and globally. I think the work that we've done for the G20 as the Secretariat, it's in support of that. And there's quite a lot of work in the pipeline that we will also be continuing to do, including next month, the COP that the department will be participating in. We'll be supporting that work as well. Just to make sure that the position of South Africa in the energy space is well articulated even at COP. This is a leadership that has been very stable. We have not received any resignation for the last 18 months. Of course, the CFO, Ms. Manamela, is currently seconded to the department just to gain more exposure, and also to assist the department to set up the finance function over there. And Mr. Mzila is the acting CFO at this point in time. The period that we are reporting, we had 4 programs. Program 1, which is split into 2, the admin, the pure admin aspect, and as well as the strategic initiatives. And of course, Program 2, focusing on applied energy research and development, and then Program 3, focusing on energy efficiency, and the work that we're doing in support of the DSTI Energy Secretariat. Now moving on to the annual report for the period 2024-2025. Perhaps before we talk about the results, how we performed, I think it's proper to reflect on the work that we have done. How did it contribute towards achieving the national objectives in the energy space? As far as the climate change is concerned, the 12L initiatives and the project that we're busy with, which we contributed 1.26 million tons greenhouse gas emissions reductions, that contributes directly towards achieving the climate change objectives of the country. South Africa has set a target of net zero by 2050, and we have the NDC target for 2025, 2030. And beyond 2030, those targets are currently being socialized with the public with an intention of strengthening the NDC target. So the work that we have done around 12L cool surface project, as well as the green initiatives that we're busy with, it's in support of those national objectives. We're also doing quite a lot of work with universities in support of the just energy transition, so that whatever we decide to do as a country from a just energy transition point of view is informed by scientific evidence as opposed to being informed by opinions. We've also supported the work that NECOM has been busy with, and we've just came out of the challenges of the energy crisis. Load shedding has not happened for the last 4 months, and we contributed in some of the platforms where these discussions were taking place. And then with respect to service delivery, we've done quite a lot in municipalities. I think the more prominent work that we've done is around smart metering in support of the National Treasury project, rolling out smart meter in municipalities that may be classified as problematic in terms of revenue management and also the non-technical losses challenges that the municipalities are faced with. We continue implementing this work for this current financial year in other municipalities. I think this is just reiterating again our alignment, the work that we do, how are we supporting the ministry. We've spoken about the energy access, what we're doing. We've spoken about energy security, the global leadership work that we've been doing, demographic transformation support, as well as the industrialization and innovation. So at a high level, how did we perform in the period 2024-2025? We achieved all our targets. We're very proud of this record, but over and above that, achieving 100% of our targets, we've achieved a clean audit. So we've achieved 100% of our targets, we've achieved a clean audit, we've contributed to supporting the G20 energy work that the ministry was busy with, and also the other strategic initiatives, mainly around the IRP. Hopefully that will be concluded soon. The work around the municipalities, the ESCOM municipality challenges that we started in the previous financial year, we concluded it in the current financial year. That led to the agreement between City Power as well as the ESCOM. We are now concluding another intervention for a municipality in the Free State, and that will be soon communicated to the department. But what we've also done, we've scaled up on our manpower. So we've created opportunities in-house. A year ago, before the 2024-2025, our headcount was sitting at about 74. That has almost been doubled to 111. In fact, today, I think we're sitting at about 128, 130. So we are creating opportunities for employment, both within SANEDI as well as externally. In terms of the work that we've done, the projects, they've achieved quite a lot. We've created indirectly and directly 646 jobs. We've contributed towards capacitation of individuals in the energy space, 258. We've capacitated SMMEs, about 232 of them. So quite a lot of work that we've done is contributing directly to national objectives and also the objectives of the department. So we're very proud of what we've done to support the department and support the country. This is just a reiteration of what was in the previous slide, but maybe let me speak to the second one, the energy savings through the 12L. And we're only emphasizing on the 12L. We have not quantified the other contribution for the other projects that we're busy with. And in the current financial year, we will be doing that. So the 12L program contributed about 1.35, let's call it 1.4 terawatt hour savings. This is permanent savings from the system. So instead of investing on additional infrastructure to generate more electricity, this is actually helping to reduce the investment that is required in creating new capacity. Of course, it's not much. We are planning to scale up this program for the next 5 years so that we can contribute significantly towards energy savings for the country, as well as the greenhouse gas emissions. Just to put it into context, Eskom is generating about 220 terawatt hour per annum of electricity. So you can then put that contribution into context. But if we were to scale up this 12L across the country, across all sectors, I think we can contribute quite significantly. In terms of the greenhouse gas emissions, in the period that you are reporting, we contributed 1.26 megatons CO2 reduction. Again, into context, the country is generating or producing about 450, depending on who you speak to, but it's between 410 to 430, the real figures for greenhouse gas emissions for the country. We contributed 1.26 towards that. Again, we can scale up the 12L so that we can make a significant contribution towards greenhouse gas emissions reduction. This is just a historical picture. Last year and the previous year before the year we're reporting, 2023-2024, we achieved 98%. And in the year that we're reporting now, we've achieved 100%, which we're very proud of. And over and above that, as I said earlier, we've achieved 100%. We've achieved a clean audit. This is just a narrative or what is involved in program 1.1, which is under program 1. It's a pure admin that I spoke about earlier. So all the admin aspects, whether it's HR, finance, ICT, etc., it falls under this subprogram 1.1. And then under 1.2, it's all the strategic initiatives that we're busy with, including the work that we've been doing for the department, especially supporting the intergovernmental initiatives that the department is busy with. All of that falls under program 1. So this is how program 1 performed. It achieved 100% of its targets. I'm not going to repeat the targets that were achieved. We have included information in terms of what exactly were the targets and what did we achieve specifically. So if that information is requested, we're happy to share that. This is program 2, the Applied Energy Research, Development and Innovation. This is a program that is also heavily involved in municipalities. The work that we've done to intervene to assist the Eskom and municipalities to deal with the Eskom debt and the disputes, it's actually happening in this area, and also the work that we're doing to support the energy planning and modeling, including the IRP, is happening under this portfolio under Professor Mutli. Professor Mutli is not in the room, one of my EXCO members, because he's attending another very important intervention, which has to do with the IRP, which is happening in parallel to this session. Program 2 achieved all its targets. And again, I'm not going to go through the details. It's all in the report, and we're happy to share that information if necessary. Moving on to program 3, energy efficiency, the various sub-programs that is focusing on standards and labeling, the EPC, lighting, balancing, energy supply and demand, the 12L that we spoke about earlier, as well as the ESCO market development. What was achieved, again, under program 3, 100% of the targets for the period 2024-2025 were achieved. Most of the, especially around contribution towards job creation, most of the targets were actually achieved under this program. The greenhouse gas emissions that I spoke about earlier was achieved under this program. The energy savings that I spoke about again earlier was also achieved under this program. Moving on to program 4, which is our last program. This is the DSTI Energy Secretariat headed by Prof. Samson Mampweli, focusing on renewable energy, carbon capture and utilization and storage, as well as the hydrogen work that we are supporting on behalf of the Department of Science and Technology. There were 4 targets in this program, and all 4 targets were achieved. But more than just being achieved, there was quite a significant impact those targets made in the energy space. At this point, Chair, I'm going to request Mr. Mzila, our acting CFO, just to speak to the financials in terms of how we performed. Mr. Mzila, I'm going to through you, Chair, let me hand over to yourself.
Okay, thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and good morning. I will be taking you through the summary of the financial performance.
Excuse me. Yes, you can switch off now the video. If you just show your face and then switch off for correct and proper connectivity. It's fine. Thank you very much. We can see you that you are a team and you are in one place. Thank you very much for that. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. In terms of the financial performance of SANEDI, we have achieved a positive MTF performance despite the financial challenges that we have as an entity. And in terms of and then that was basically supported by the cost containment measures that we implemented during the year. And then overall, we reported a deficit of 9.1 million compared to the 58 million that we reported in the prior financial year. And then, but what is important for us is that on the MTF perspective, we are reporting a surplus of 13.5 million for the current financial year. And then a large part of that was due to the additional allocation that we received from the department late towards the end of the financial year in March. As a result, we were not able to spend the balance. It was then rolled over into the new financial year. And then in terms of the overall financial performance summary, we are reporting that our total revenue went up by 20% compared to what we reported in the previous financial year. At the same time, also our expenditure also were reduced due to various measures that we implemented. And then the deficit, as I mentioned, is at 9 million compared to the 58.7 we reported in the last financial year. Our asset went up by 8.8% to 344 million. And then on the liability side, they've increased mainly due to the externally funded projects that we brought in during the financial year, which we are implementing, and then they are contributing to the balance that we have at the end of the financial year. And then from the cash flow perspective, we have increased our operating cash flow by about 5 million compared to the 61 million that we reported in the previous financial year. From the revenue perspective, a large part of our revenue comes from the MTF allocation accounting about 1%, and then followed by the spend conditional grant, which is the grant that we've spent from the externally funded project, which account for 22% of the total revenue. And then also another component that contributed to our increased revenue was the rendering of services, which is the management fees that we charge from various projects that we implement on behalf of third parties. From the expenditure perspective, as you know, the nature of our business is that we have more internal resources. So employee cost account majority of our expenditure for the current year being at 45%, followed by the core expenditure, which is a project development cost or research, which accounts for 33% of our total expenditure. And then another component is the operating cost, which is mainly the cost relating to the support function, which amounted to 26 million, and that has been contained in line with what we reported in the last financial year. And in terms of the financial position, our assets have increased by 9%, and then mainly driven by the investment that we've made in computer equipment as a result of the increase in internal resources, and also the investment that we have made towards the mini grid system project that we are piloting. And then from the liability perspective, we have increased by 20%, mainly driven by the unspent conditional grants as a result of the projects that we are implementing, the likes of DBSA projects that we are implementing, and also National Treasury Smart Metering projects that we are implementing together with National Treasury. And in terms of the surplus spending, we received the approval to spend the previous year's accumulated surplus of 111.9 million. And then of that, 22 million was spent and on operational expenses, as well as 10 million which was spent on capex. And then the balance is committed of about 78 million to various projects that are implemented over a multi-year period. And then recently, last week, we've received the approval from National Treasury to retain the entire balance that we've submitted to them. So we'll then be continuing with the revision of the budget to get it approved. Then we can then implement the rest of the projects that are funded by the surplus. In terms of the overall audit outcome, as indicated earlier on, we've received a clean audit outcome in the current financial year. And then this is the fourth time in a row we have received a good outcome. And then during the year, we've noticed an improvement in terms of our performance reporting. And also we've maintained the compliance with the legislation during the current financial year. And control effectiveness have also been improved with the support of the internal auditors and the oversight structures that we have internally. And then thank you. I think I will hand over to the CEO for the closing remarks. Thank you, Mr. Mzila, Chairperson, and honorable members. Just to conclude, for the financial year 2024-2025, I believe that SANEDI has responded to the urgent need of the country to deal with the national energy challenges, and we've also aligned with the priorities of the Ministry of Electricity and Energy. We continue to drive these priorities and, of course, ensuring that we're deepening the impact as much as we've achieved all our targets. But I think what's more important is the impact of the work that we are doing. And then also, Chairperson, it's just for the Portfolio Committee to note this report that we are presenting for the financial year 2024. And our deep appreciation to the Portfolio Committee itself, to the board, to the officials from DMRE and Ministry of Electricity and Energy, and also our Honorable Minister and Honorable Deputy Minister for the support that they provided during this period. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'll hand over to the board chair, who will then hand back to you. Board chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Martin. Thanks to the team. Honorable Chair, let me hand back the reins to you. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. And then are we done now with the presentation, Chairperson?
Honorable. Yes,
Yes.
Honorable Chair, we're done with the presentation. We've also just provided some additional slides for your indulgence in case you need the details. But this is the end of the presentation. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and the members for the opportunity.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chairperson and your team. Now, it's time for questions, comments from honorable members. I can see Honorable Mylem's hand is up and also Honorable Paulson. Let's, followed by Honorable Ngozi. I will also give chance to other ones. Over to you, Honorable Paulson.
Sorry,
Honorable Mylem.
Before Mr. Mylem continues, Doc, can you just remove the presentation, please?
Yeah.
Chair, we
Dr.
also
Len.
request, thanks, Doc. Chair, we also request that members just switch on their cameras just for a couple of seconds, Chair, as this meeting is streamed on various social media platforms, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. You, as usual, mine is just flickering. I don't know what's happening. I am just as white as someone that I don't know. Thank you very much, Secretary, for informing us about that. Let's give over to Honorable Mylem.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you very much to SANEDI for their presentation. First of all, I want to congratulate them on their 4th year of a clean audit. It's somewhat unusual in the state-owned entity landscape, and it needs to be recognized and awarded or rewarded when it's accomplished. So well done to you. I do have a couple of questions. The first one is, with regard to the 192 million rand in unspent conditional grants. Now, I note that this is about 30 million rand up year on year. Can we get some detail as to which specific projects and work streams are delayed, what corrective measures are being taken to improve your fund absorption and your execution capacity, and what is the financial and energy security penalty of that delay? Then, regarding the municipal sustainability pilot at Dr. NRWDI, and I'm aware that this is the Deputy Minister's own constituency, but my question relates to, so when you presented to us, I think it was in March, you indicated that one of the issues that you were going to be looking at was municipal debt reduction, and that was one of the purposes of this pilot. So can you tell us what outcomes have you seen at Dr. NRWDI with regard to reducing that municipality's debt to Eskom and the improvement of municipal payment ratios? And then as a sort of follow on to that, what is being done to replicate the success or otherwise of this model across other municipalities that have been identified by the AG as having poor financial outcomes, and why is it not already being done? Then, obviously, we have an energy crisis in South Africa, and we're at the tail end of an energy security crisis, but there are a number of other issues that affect our country, notably energy affordability and energy sustainability. I really want to know, given the urgency of this national energy crisis, are you considering any form of temporary moratorium or otherwise on long-term R&D projects, such as hydrogen and cleaner mobility research, to rather divert your attention to accelerating the rollout of proven quick impact demand-side management programs or other energy programs and initiatives that directly support the immediacy of our energy situation? My last question, and this is something of a political question. SANEDI provides a lot of input on the IRP and the IEP. Can the CEO and the chairperson provide assurance to the committee that your scientific and technical recommendations on the timeline for new generation capacity, the optimal energy mix, etc., were not diluted or ignored by the department, and that SANEDI is truly independent when it comes to making policy recommendations, when or that it does not insert an element of political bias, that it is totally neutral and agnostic and looks only at the scientific and technical value of those recommendations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mylem. Honorable Paulson.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning once again, and thank you for the presentation. And I have a few brief questions. The presentation notes a reduced deficit of 9 million rand, and this was funded or offset against the utilization of 22 million of accumulated surpluses. So what steps is SANEDI looking at for the financial year 2025-2026 budget to move away from relying on accumulated surpluses to cover operational or project expenditure and give us a true reflection of year-end operating surplus funded solely by the mid-term expenditure framework allocations and external grants. And then looking at unspent grants, conditional grants, the total liabilities increased significantly, primarily due to a 17% increase in unspent conditional grants and receipts, which now total 193 million. And these funds are ring-fenced for ongoing projects. So what are the primary factors that contributed to the large and growing volume of unspent conditional grants? And what are the projected timelines for utilizing this 193 million? And what organizational procurement challenges must be resolved to ensure timely expenditure of this grant, the 193 million? And then looking at controlling operating costs. So operating costs exceeded the budget by approximately 5 million rand, driven by significant increases in international travel for the CEO and the leadership to attend forums like BRICS, G20, and COP, and higher ICT license fees due to increased staff. So how does SANEDI measure the quantifiable return on investment from the increased international travel expenditure? And what controls is SANEDI going to implement to manage the rapidly increasing computer expenses and ICT licensing costs resulting from a nearly doubled employee headcount from 74 to 134? Thank you very much, Chair. That's all from me for now.
Thank you, Honorable Paulson, Honorable Ngosi, and Honorable Bapti. Okay, Honorable Ngosi.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to you, Chair. Greetings to Deputy Minister, all honorable members in the meeting, all entities. Honorable Chair, I welcome the presentation. I think SANEDI has done well, getting clean audits in consecutive financial years. Chair, first, I know that the entity was focusing on cleaner mobility, advancing e-mobility, including pilot programs for electric buses in the provinces of KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng. I just want to check, Chair, what is the progress so far with regard to the electric vehicle retrofitting and e-bus pilot programs? Number two, Chair, yes, while the target achieved is 100%, the impact must be also clear. Transparency on the megawatt hour savings and actual tonnes of tax CO2 avoided is essential to assess the program's cost effectiveness and contribution to energy security. Chair, I want to check what is the quantifiable energy savings and tax CO2 offset achieved by the key energy efficiency programs like your SNL, EPCs, and 12L tax incentive for the 2024-2025 period. And how does this compare to national targets? Thirdly, Chair, I want to check what is the specific plans and is there any funding also secured to scale the technical assessment model developed for ESCOM and City Power into standardized tool for all South African municipalities as to address, Chair, the widespread billing and revenue challenges? Chair, lastly, I just wanted also to check, Chair, relying on the external project funding is very important, Chair. But a secure and baseline government allocation is also necessary for strategic R&D. Also, the constantly clean audit is commendable. But how is SANEDI addressing potential fiscal challenges and budget constraints as mentioned in the related APPs as to ensure the sustainability of its high impact programs? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Bapti.
Thank you, Chair. I'll switch that off. Chair, my question is partially covered by Honourable Malem, but I do want to put it in a slightly different way, and it's to do with the efficacy of the Programme 2 and municipal debt. And given the impact that municipal debt has on the pricing of electricity and the fact that we face a serious problem with affordability, and then there's the secondary factor, which is the viability threat that it poses to Eskom. And Eskom being such a large player in the energy space, that's not something we can look at lightly. So my question is, to what extent is the program contributing to the overall reduction of municipal debt? And I understand we have to start somewhere and start maybe relatively small, but how effective is it going to be in dealing with this problem? And can we project that it's going to have a significant impact, or the other alternatives or other solutions that SANEDI is considering to deal with the issue of municipal debt? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Bapti. I'm checking whether is there any other hand. I don't see it. But myself, I would like to first say I am sorry for the tears that the whole room was crying. You know, what I like with tears is that it might be tears for sorrow sometimes, but most of the time it can happen that it's tears for joy. So I really, Chairperson, apologize for that. And the fact of the matter, DM, you know, touched very touching things and very critical and sensitive things. Otherwise, we really appreciate her input. Then the members have asked questions. They have commended you, SANEDI, in terms of the clean audit and the 100% target that we have done. Thank you very much for that. We really appreciate, and we see that you are moving ahead as expected from us. Otherwise, let's give what to respond to these questions. Then if there are any other hands, we'll maybe give them an opportunity because there's still time. Chair?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Maybe just before I hand over to Dr. Mate to be able to direct his team in terms of who will answer what question, let me just thank the members of the committee and our chair for always keeping us on our toes, but also thank you for the inputs and the guidance that you've given either through questions or through some of your inputs. So I'll ask Dr. Mate to be able to just direct in terms of responding to the questions. And then once it's done, I'll come back and add where necessary. Thank you very much, Chair. If you allow me, Dr. Mate.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable members and the Honorable Chair. Let me respond to some of the questions, and then I'll also request members of the executive team to respond to some of the questions. So starting with the Honorable Malhem, the question around can we consider a temporal moratorium on long-term research work that we are supporting to focus on immediate challenges. You mentioned the demand-side management. Yeah, my response is that we need to create a balance. I think our approach is that, yes, you've seen it now in our annual report for 2024-2025. We're very much focused on addressing the national energy challenges that are faced by the department and faced by the country. And we are assisting in that respect. But by the same token, we can't keep our eyes off the ball from a long-term point of view. Green hydrogen, for instance, green ammonia, electric vehicles, it's a big opportunity. We don't want to be left behind as a country and not, be in a position to influence the policy in terms of or the direction that we should be taking, and then be overtaken by other countries. We've done that. We've learned from our mistakes in the past. I can make specific examples. SMRs, nuclear SMRs, we were at the forefront of that technology. We abandoned it, mainly because of cost implication, etc. But other countries picked it up, and now they are ahead of us, specifically China, specifically Russia. And by and large, they're actually improving on the PPMR technology that was developed in South Africa. The same applies to lithium-ion batteries. We were at the forefront of lithium-ion batteries. We abandoned it. And then we are now importing these batteries that are contributing quite a lot towards sustaining our renewable energy program. I can also say the same thing with electric vehicles. We were at the forefront with electric vehicles. We even produced a model, a car called the Joule. We were at the forefront. This was around 2006, 2007. We abandoned it. And then now China is at the forefront, and we're buying electric vehicles from China. So we need to create that balance. But I think our approach is we must support the department, support the government to address the national challenges, and we've done so. But by the same token, we need to have a small team within SANEDI, within the department, that is focusing on the long-term opportunities. Then the IRP, the timelines where we influence, we agree with the timelines, the recommendations, where we're not ignored by the officials, where we're not politically influenced. The answer is definitely no. We were given space to provide our inputs. We were given space to drive the consultation with the public. I personally participated in a number of engagements with the public, with the specialists in the sector. At some point, we even visited people that are doing similar type of work, modeling. There's a group in Stellenbosch that's doing modeling. There's a group at UCT that's doing modeling. There's also private sector and NGOs that are doing what we engage all of that. I remember one of the sessions at the end, I actually asked the question to the experts. This was a meeting in Cape Town. I said, having listened to all the work that we've done, our approach to the IRP modeling, this was now 2024, are there any fatal flaws? And none of the experts in the room said there were fatal flaws. There's, of course, different approaches in the assumptions and projections, but from a modeling point of view, there were no fatal flaws whatsoever. And I can repeat this publicly as well, even to some of those experts that are doing similar type of work. So by the same token, we also agree with the experts that this must not be a once-off exercise. The energy planning and modeling is not a once-off event. It must be continuous. We must create forums where we're sharing information, sharing data. So by the time we do another revision of the IRP, or even when we finalize the IEP, we're not arguing about the data, whether this data is correct and who collected the data. Those things should be actually sorted out by the respective experts before we do the modeling. So after a long explanation, apologies, the answer is no. We were not influenced by the politicians. we were given space to actually express ourselves. The other two questions that Honorable Milham has raised, the one around the 192 million unspent conditional grants, I'm going to request the acting CFO to respond to that. Yeah, maybe let me also speak to the Dr. Beyers not yet, so that we're clear what did we do and what is the intention, what are we currently doing. We were approached, we actually visited the officials from the municipality and the experts that were involved in the pilot project at Dr. Beyers not yet municipality. Just for the benefit of those that may not have the details, what they are doing, they are facilities that have installed rooftop solar PVs and storage, battery storage for their own use. So they use electricity for their own operations, be it a bakery or be it a production facility. The excess power they supply to the municipality. Then the municipality can decide whether they use that excess power for their own use or put it in the pool and supply it to the end users. And then the municipality will then offset the electricity that they buy from Eskom. So whatever profit they make from that, they use that profit to repay Eskom. Some of the municipalities are actually owing Eskom. So that's a thinking, that's a concept around this. For Dr. Beyers not yet. So SANEDI was requested to do a due diligence of this to assess whether is this technically viable, technically feasible, the cost information, does it make sense? Can this be rolled out across the country? And we produced a report with that respect. My view, SANEDI's view, is that definitely this is an opportunity. This could be rolled out across the country. So in the current financial year, our intention is to continue monitoring the pilots. It's not just one pilot that Dr. Beyers not yet. There's a lot more facilities that are actually adopting this approach. So it's then at the end propose to the department a national rollout of this approach. And you can also link it to, but that's more advanced, you can link it to blockchain trading in the energy markets. But those are some of the aspects that we will look at when we finalize our proposal. So that's where we are with Dr. Beyers not yet. But the response is definitely this is something that can be rolled out across the country. It will help with the municipal debt reduction. It will help with the revenue enhancement for the municipalities. However, some municipalities may not have the technical capacity to be able to implement this. So you need a model. If you were to roll out this nationally, how do you do it? Our view is that you will have to set up some kind of a PMO, PMU type and manage it in that way. So you can support those municipalities that don't have the technical capacity to be able to roll out this. Technically, from a finance point of view, you need to raise funds for this. You need to have PPAs to be put in place, and also you need to have standards and regulations, compliance, and environmental issues that have to be dealt with. Some municipalities don't have the capacity to be able to do that. So that's what we'll be looking at, and that's what we'll be recommending going forward. We will come back to the last question. Let me just deal with the Honorable Paulson's question. I will come back to the issue of the unspent conditional grants, the 192 million. Honorable Paulson asked what steps for 2025, 2026 we are taking to move away from relying on surplus. I think also acting CFO will speak to this. Yeah, we're very fortunate as SANEDI that we accumulated a huge surplus, and I'm happy that honorable members have picked up that we've relied heavily on surplus funding. That surplus funding is coming to an end. So we're looking at various options of number one, we are going to be requesting that our MTF allocation be revised. It is very, very low. But by the same token, we do understand that the state does not have money. We will still make the request, but we're not putting our hopes high that we will get an adjustment in our allocation. We're currently getting about 80 million for an entity of significance like SANEDI. I think 80 million is very, very, very small. But we'll still pursue that. We will request for an adjustment in our allocation. Secondly, we're looking at consulting work. We started doing consulting so that we can generate additional revenue. We're actually very pleased with the response that we're receiving from municipalities, from other state-owned entities, from the private sector and international bodies. They really want to work with SANEDI so we can do some of the work and generate revenue. And then thirdly, we're looking at donor funding. But however, donor funding always comes with constraints. So it's got some limitations because the donor funders will direct what we want or what they want us to do. But those are some of the things that we are doing to over and above just relying on the surplus funding, which is coming to an end. The acting CFO will elaborate on that. Then Honorable Paulsen also asked about the challenges, why we're not spending conditional grant money. Are there any challenges around SCM? Are there any challenges, maybe other things? Yes, definitely. There were challenges around SCM. We've now capacitated that area. We're still capacitating that area. Just I think a year ago, we appointed the SCM manager. There was no SCM. The SCM team at SANEDI was being managed by junior staff. So we are beefing up the capacity in that space. And then also technical capacity. And that's why we've embarked on this journey of recruiting interns. So the interns can come and whilst they're getting training, but they are also assisting us to execute some of these projects. The majority of them are externally funded. But the acting CFO will elaborate on that. Then Honorable Paulsen also asked about the increase in travel and other expenses, including ICT. He specifically referred to the increase in travel due to CEOs' travel, support breaks, etc. The good news is this current financial year, I've not undertaken even a single trip overseas. I've not taken a single trip overseas. So I'm leading by example. We are embarking on cost containment. It does not mean that I'm not participating in international forums. I am participating, but virtually. So where possible, I don't travel. I participate from South Africa. But for this current financial year, I've not traveled overseas. So I am leading by example. So hopefully that will contribute towards a reduction of travel. But it's the same message that I'm communicating to my EXCO members, that we need to limit, unless it's absolutely necessary, we need to limit overseas travel. Where possible, we must utilize the virtual platform. But I'm leading by example. So if I can provide that record if necessary. I've not taken even a single trip overseas this year. However, it does not mean if there's a trip that is critical that I will say I'm not traveling because of cost containment. So those things will be managed. There are controls in place. The overseas travel is approved by the chairperson of the board. Of course, he applies his mind in terms of whether there is a criticality of or necessity of the trip to take place. And then to ICT, the investment that was made there, I'll request Mr. J. Nanku to respond to that, the return on investment on all the costs that we've incurred around the ICT environment. But it was mainly driven by the crash that we had, I think almost 18 months, 2 years ago, with an ICT crash that wiped off our data right at the tail end of financial year. So we had to put additional measures in place, including backup systems and offsite cloud-based protection systems. But the ICT manager will speak. That's really the main reason why we invested more. And then, of course, we also included improvement in our systems. Just migrated to a new financial system called Dynamics. We've also migrated to a new HR system called Sage. That also required quite a lot of investment from an ICT point of view. But the numbers also have gone up. Earlier on, I indicated that we were 74 in 2023, 2024, and in 2024, 2025, we went up to 111. So due to numbers going up, buying people's laptops, buying licenses, etc., that contributed towards the increase in the ICT costs. Then, Honorable Nkosi, the electric vehicles, what's the status of the electric vehicle retrofitting? We are retrofitting a taxi in partnership with Stellenbosch University as well as a bus. I'm very happy that Prof. Moodley just walked in here at the right time. So he can respond to the electric vehicle problem. But we have concluded those retrofits. The next thing now is to collect data, let those vehicles run, and we can see whether it's deriving the benefits that we wanted out of those projects. The status of the e-pass, Honorable Nkosi asked for that. Prof. Moodley, I'm going to request him. This is the project that we are supported by DBSA and GEF. The Honorable Member Nkosi just wants to know what's the status of the electric bus project. So I'll give him to respond to that. Prof. Moodley is the General Manager for Program 2, and that's where the electric bus program is sitting under. Then Honorable Nkosi asked about energy savings and greenhouse gas emissions reduction for other projects besides 12L. I'm going to request Ms. Faith to respond to that. That has been our focus in the current financial year. In the previous financial years, we've always measured 12L, but in the current financial year, we're now starting to look at the other sub-programs under energy efficiency that Faith is going to respond to that. Then the funding to address the billing challenges. I didn't fully understand the question, but I'm assuming it's to do with, for instance, the intervention that we had with Eskom and City Power. It required resources from SANEDI and also resources from City Power and Eskom for that intervention. I'm assuming this question is to do with that. Do we have money to actually follow up on the other municipalities that may be in a similar situation? I would also request Prof. Moodley to respond to that. Just to indicate that we have received, towards the end of the last financial year, we have received funding from the department specifically for those interventions. They've also encouraged us to prepare a business case for the municipalities to pay themselves, as opposed to SANEDI incurring the cost or the department incurring the cost. We are helping them to resolve the disputes and the billing challenges that they have. They should be paying for it. Some municipalities may not have the money to pay for it. Some municipalities may have the money to pay for it. But I'm going to just request Prof. Moodley if he's got anything else to add to that, to do it. Then the last question from Honorable Nkosi, how is SANEDI addressing the budget challenges? I think it's similar to Honorable Paulson's question and Honorable ILM. Yeah, so we've set up a task team internally that is focusing specifically on a funding model, sustainable funding model for SANEDI. And they've come up with modalities and also who to approach, whether it's donor funding or consulting work, etc. But I would request maybe Prof. Mampoli to just elaborate on our approach towards addressing the challenges, the budget challenges that we are faced with. Then lastly, Honorable Bhakti asked the question around I think he also said his questions were sort of covered by the previous honorable members, but he asked the contribution to the overall impact on Eskom debt. How are we contributing to it? Maybe Prof. Moodley, I know you just walked in, maybe you can respond to that. Currently, the Eskom debt is about, if I'm not mistaken, it's about 9,900 billion rand. 102 billion rand, the chairperson has just corrected me. So if we continue with these interventions, like the ones that we did with the City Power and Eskom, and facilitate an agreement for payment, I think it will go a long way in reducing that 102 billion rand Eskom debt. We've just concluded now one municipality in the Free State, as I said earlier. There are other municipalities that we are going to be targeting going forward. Let me, through you, Chair, let me just ask Acting CFO first to just come in, speak to the 193 million rand unspent conditional grants. And then maybe Faith, you can just come in, close the gap around the other projects besides the 12L. Prof. Mampweli, you can close the gap around the funding model for SANEDI. And then, Prof, if you want to add on electric vehicles, that's where we are with that program. Through you, Chair, I know time may not be on our side, but let me request through you, Chair, if there's still time for the other EXCO members to come in.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's allow them. Otherwise, we have reached the time. You are right. Thanks.
Mr. Mzila.
Okay. Thank you, CEO. Just to respond on the 102 million unspent conditional grants that we reported in our financial statements. So the funds that are there, it's the funds that relate to the third parties in terms of the externally funded projects that we have, and then hence we've reported them as a liability, and then they only become SANEDI funds as soon as we've met the conditions attached to those projects. And then as much as there were some delays within the FCM, which has been addressed, in case where there are delays, we then engage with the different funders so that we are on the same page in terms of how the project will be implemented going forward. All the projects have got timeframes, they've got contractual arrangement, and then we all the time and try to meet the contractual arrangement with the funders, because we understand that in case where we deviate, then that will affect our ability to attract further funds later on. The spending on this project is per budget, which we agree with the funders from the start of the different projects. And then also we do a regular quarterly reporting to the different funders, and then some of them, they've got specific audit requirements which we undertake, and then there's been no findings in that area. So in case where there are deviations in terms of how the contract needs to be revised, then we engage with them from time to time. But basically, there are no major delays in terms of this project, because they are driven by the contractual arrangement with the different funders. Thank you. I will hand over to Faith for the next answer.
Yes. Good morning, honorable members. Thank you for that question, Honorable Kosi. So you are right, up over and above what we projected based on 12L, we've done a lot of work in pushing other projects, and I'll just break down the specific projects. But before I do that, I want you to note that for EPC as a regulation, it did not prescribe the minimum energy performance criteria. Therefore, building owners were not required to save energy at this point. It was rather for prep work and for us and the department to understand what the baseline is, so that we can impose the expectations for energy savings. But that will happen from the 8th of December 2025, because it is part and parcel of the plan. However, from the 250,000 to 350,000 buildings, which we commissioned a study on together with NBI, we've identified that there's up to 25,000 gigawatt hours of energy savings that could be potentially be a saving, specifically in the commercial or the large buildings that are 1,000. Am I still connected?
Yes.
Oh, so this is specifically just for the large buildings. And for the for other properties or for residential properties, we've identified 0.8 terawatt hours. And this is based on the initial baseline and the work that we had done for, you mentioned SNL or appliances. And that was our initial 2030 target. But however, we've decided to become aggressive and add the number of appliances over and above the refrigerators, washing machines. We've added appliances that are being used commonly now, like air fryers, audiovisual equipment that are hardly ever switched off. And because of that, we've ramped up the potential, which will also include in the NR reporting from next year onwards, and we have a target of 4.4%, which stands at 2.4 terawatt hours by 2030. So that speaks for SNL and EPC. For the other projects that we have that are externally funded and internally funded at SANEDI, we have an additional 3.47 terawatt hour savings that we've reported. I know Dr. Mate quantified that nicely by using an example, for example, of a power generation plant. But just to give you an idea, we're looking at 564, around that 1,000 average home households in South Africa that can be powered, if you consider an average of about 200 kilowatt hours per household. And then, of course, in other projects that we've started, but the savings will come through later on next year. We're expecting an additional 10 gigawatt hours of potential savings, and that will specifically speak to lighting and high efficiency transformers, which is a municipal program funded by Jeff and UNDP. Thank you.
Okay, can they hear me from here? Yes. All right. Thanks, CEO, and thank colleagues. On the funding side of things, there's a number of interventions that we've started. The first one is we have developed what we call the standardized management fee framework. So all the projects that we are managing on behalf of third parties, we will apply that management fee framework where we can earn some funding. Just for example, with the DSTI Energy Secretariat project that we are managing, we get plus or minus 5 million rands as part of the management fee that then come to SANEDI, and then it becomes part of our revenue. Now we are now going to apply that standardized management fee going forward. That's the first intervention. The second intervention is on grant funding, where we're looking at securing grants from third parties that are aligned to the work that we are doing as SANEDI. We have proven that this can be done during the G20. We funded the entire G20 using grant funding from various sources. Most of them were sources within South Africa and also the international community. So we're looking at taking some of the lessons from what we've learned from G20 on how to secure additional grant funding going forward. And then we're looking also at specialist consulting studies. As SANEDI, we've got the capacity to undertake some specialist consulting work. As things stand, we've just concluded as part of that initiative a 4 million rand worth contract with the Northwest Development Corporation, where we're looking at assisting them, looking at the regulatory aspects of the power purchase agreements that they are looking into getting into with various third parties and things like that. And also on that, we are doing some international work as well with Korea University, where we've got a small contract on the specialist consulting work, doing some work for them in the hydrogen economy, looking at the South African hydrogen economy. South Korea wants to do some investments in the country, and we are assisting them in terms of data collection and things like that. So we have already started implementing some of these kind of initiatives going forward. Those are at a high level, some of the things that one could mention that we are doing that have already started showing that they're actually possible. Thanks, CEO.
And the last one, Prof, on the EVs. Good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. I think I didn't quite catch all of the presentation, but I think just to supplement the response from the CEO, the work on the retrofit of the electric taxi and the electric bus is all concluded. We're happy to report we've got both vehicles gone through the licensing processes and have passed all of those processes. We are still continuing doing research on those two vehicles in terms of ongoing monitoring in terms of operations, in terms of charging capacity, and the distance that these vehicles can travel with loads and without loads. Ongoing research is still in process, and I think we would be happy to report ongoing progress on those two vehicles to the committee into the future. On the electric bus project with the DBSA and GEF, which is the Global Environmental Fund, we're happy to report we've subsequently got City of Johannesburg joining the project officially by signing the MOU through the agency, which is Metrobus. So we've got the third city joining the project. We've recently about to conclude the tender process to appoint a transactional advisor. On the SANEDI side, all of the SCM processes and governance has concluded. We've made a recommendation to our funding agency, which is the DBSA. The DBSA needs to go through their processes to provide concurrence or something else on the recommendations that come out. Is concluded, which we expect to be done shortly. We will see a lot more traction on the project and onboarding of the transactional advisor onto the electric bus project. The other one, just to comment on in terms of, I think the municipal debt process, I think CEO covered it adequately. I think SANEDI has been doing a lot of work in terms of supporting the department in various disputes between Eskom and City Power and Eskom and one of the municipalities in Bloemfontein. But I think also to add, we are currently overseeing and providing project assistance to the National Treasury smart metering rollout to the highly indebted municipalities. We're happy to report in the last financial year, we covered 7 municipalities with just under 70,000 smart meters. In this financial year, we've onboarded 12 additional municipalities. The plan is to roll out just over 100,000 smart meters. Our early observations from these meters is that we are assisting the municipalities to recover anything between 15 and 20% additional revenue just from customers that were never billed and never paid. So I think revenue recovery is starting to happen. And then we've onboarded some financial experts onto the project to help with moving that funding that's being recovered from the municipalities to assist with paying off the Eskom debt. I trust that provides some additional insights in terms of those questions. Thanks, Chair and CEO.
Yeah, thank you, Ken. Thank you very much, Dr. Matt and the team. Honorable Chair, I think we've covered most of the questions. I would just like to echo the sentiments raised by Dr. Mate around the influence. From the board perspective as well, we actually have a clear rules of engagement in terms of how we engage the business based on good governance from the entire board. So I guess that's just another assurance that indeed we don't allow for any influence even at that particular level. And obviously, most of the documents, if not all of them, that get submitted to the shareholder, obviously get vetted by the board with obviously a mix of skill set, so that we make sure that at least we have, I think, put a second pair of eyes before it goes into the system. Thank you. So with those words, Honorable Chair, let me then hand over back to you for further guidance. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And Your time is up and we have finished our time, but nevertheless, you tried to answer all the questions that have been asked by members. And with that, I would love also to thank you so that you can be excused from the meeting, because there are also other entities that are going to continue. And the meeting for yourselves is gonna be done for now. Then we'll give over the next entity, which is NERSA. And NERSA, the platform is yours. You are excused, SANEDI. Thanks ever so much once more.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks to the honorable members as well, and the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Over to you, NERSA.
Thank you, Chairperson. May I just check, Chairperson, if we are audible?
Yes, you are, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, DM and DG, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity. We are going to give you our annual report, and what we have done is we have been guided by the time that's allocated, so we have pruned it to just fit the time that we have been given. We are also doing that because we have these are audited financial results, and they've been audited by the AGSA, so we are only going to be focusing on what has not been achieved and also giving you an indication of what we are going to do to ensure that the next time we come with a report that shows that we have rectified what was not correct, and we have achieved the goals that we had set out to achieve. I will not be going on to the mission and the vision. I think at this stage it is known what NERSA does, and I will go straight into the annual performance, where we are just showing the last 2 years, where we have in the year 23-24, we achieved 97% of our targets. And in this year, we have achieved 91% of our targets, and 9% of them has not been achieved. And there are those that were really within our control, that is the internal constraints, and those that were outside of our control. And when the CEO comes in to present, she will then deal with the intricacies and all of the the reasons why these were not achieved. If we go to the 3 industries that we regulate, we can see that it was in the electricity division where 7 of the targets that, or 5 of the targets that were supposed to be met have not been met. In the pipe gas industry and the petroleum pipelines industry, all of the targets that were set have been met. We have a target that was missed in the support functions and in the organizational culture. We have missed a project there. But by and large, our greatest downfall was in the electricity industry. And that is because of 2 reasons. One, there were a lot of changes and regulations that were promulgated along the year, which some of them could not enable NERSA to meet the deadlines. For example, when there was a change in the licensing and registration, some of those targets that are aligned with licensing and registration could not be met. Also, when the Amendment Act was enacted, there were also other things that changed that required us to then change the whole framework, and therefore programs that were planned for the last quarter could not be done. I am at this point going to request that the CEO takes us through the targets that have not been met and the reasons for those variances. And after her, it will then be the CFO who will take us through the financials, and we will then conclude. Thank you, Chairperson. Over to you, CEO.
Thank you, Chair.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, and thanks for that brief introduction, Mr. Bukula. And thanks to the good morning to honorable members and the Minister in absentia, and as well as the Deputy Minister. And let me say all protocol observed. Chairperson, as the Chairperson of the Energy Regulator has indicated, I will be focusing on the targets that were met. And I think he did highlight that we did have about 9%, which is 7 targets that were not met, and 5 of those were from the electricity industry, and 1 from support function, and the other from the human resources side. In terms of the targets that were not met, Chairperson, the first one, it related to the division having to get an approval from the energy regulator for the improved licensing process within a given period of time. And Chairperson, the improvement of the licensing process was initiated by the division. However, the division could not meet. However, the division could not meet the finalization of those procedures within the required timeline. But someone speaking, Chair, sorry. But Chairperson, it's important to indicate that at operational level, the electricity division did introduce some improvements in terms of their turnaround time, in terms of the licensing process, which also included the registration process. However, with the development of the actual procedure, they could not meet the deadline by the year end. And the second target that was not met is that there were 12 audit reports on the 3 sectors of the electricity industry, which is transmission, generation, and distribution, that were to be done and analyzed and reported on in all the structures of the energy regulator. But we managed to only have 11 of those reports produced, and the one that was not really achieved relates to the distribution industry. And the reasons for that was that there was a need to enhance the framework that was needed to be followed by the division when they conduct their compliance audit. And next slide, please. And the third target that was not met, there's a target set for 80% of achievement in terms of the actual versus the planned enforcement activities according to the plan that was developed. However, the team in the electricity division managed to only achieve a 9, which accounts for 31%. And the reason is, as stated by the Chairperson, Mr. Bukula, that in the first and second quarter, the 9 were achieved. However, in the third and the fourth quarter, there were changes that we needed to do to align that framework, that distribution framework, and taking into account the amendment that has came in terms of ERA that was effective at the beginning of the of 2025. And the other targets that they did not meet, they were to conduct audits, compliance audit, and produce the report related to that. And this was done in the first and second quarter, where we achieved the 3 non-compliance findings that were compiled and reported upon. And the reason for not achieving the full 12 required audits for audit findings or non-compliance finding was due to the fact that there was a need to amend the framework with the procedures. This framework and procedures was initiated, however, could not be finalized by the end of the financial year due to additional work that had to be done to improve on the that particular framework that the team had to produce. The last target that was not met relates to a planned regulatory tools that were to be reviewed and or developed where there was none. The team did do some review and some development, but the process again on this one was not really achieved by the year end. Moving on to the second program, Chairperson, it relates to advocacy engagement. This is one of the last two targets that we did not meet. And again, here there was a need to get an independent service provider to conduct the stakeholder management or reputational risk survey for NERSA, and delays in terms of the procurement. Chairperson caused us not to meet this particular target by the end of the financial year, and we are indicating the Chairperson that when we manage to finalize the procurement process to get that particular service provider. Chairperson, in the next slide, the one target or the last of the 7 targets that we did not meet relates to our HR activities. We had a target set for people with disability that we wanted to employ as an organization, which was 2%. By the end of the financial year, we could not reach that 2.5. We were at 1.7. But I must say, Chairperson, in the quarter that followed, there has been a huge improvement with with this particular target. We have tried, Chairperson has indicated that we do send our adverts to organization and association dealing with people with disabilities to try and employ them. And our attempts have been successful, but not as expected, because we could not reach that 2% that we've set for ourselves. Chair, those are in line. Those are just the targets that we have not met. And as you have noted in the briefing given by the Chairperson, there was a 2% of those that were dependent on external that had external dependencies, and 7 of those were internal. So there are plans that have been put in place to improve the internal processes to be able to achieve the targets that are set by the energy regulator. Chair, in terms of some of the highlights that we have achieved, particularly on the human resources side, there are those as well that we've achieved within the regulated industries. On the HR side, Chairperson, we wanted to indicate that by the end of the financial year, we had a vacancy rate of 51%. NERSA has got a staff complement of about 252, and of those, there were 13 vacancies. There was training that has been provided, and Chairperson, we have also had a program of our executive managers with one of the tertiary institution within the country, where the 28 of them attended that particular intense course, and we had 47 employees attending technical training, and we continue to provide bursaries to external applicants or external individuals that qualify in terms of our policy. We have also been sending some of our staff members for training programs offered by the China Aid, and also we have We have appointed interns and learners within the organization, and we believe that these programs within NERSA are contributing towards the minimizing the high rate of unemployment in the country. Chair, we then are indicating in that slide how many of the interns and learners we have appointed, and the number of females is really increasing. And at management level, our management level in terms of how they are filled, we have 51% of that, of our total number of management being filled by women. And I think we have touched on the issue of people with disabilities. And we're also indicating the projects that we have completed under the HR1. We have done an organizational cultural assessment and looked at how the organization can best operate. And this was in terms of the operating model project, which was approved by the Energy Regulator. And we are also we did a agenda audit for the organization, and as well had the approval of the hybrid strategy, which is being piloted currently. Chair, I will stop there in terms of the highlights in terms of our performance, and hand over to our CFO, Ms. Bonner, to take the members through the slide on our financial performance. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, CFO. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to members of the committee. Chair, I will just take us through the financial performance for NERSA, mainly against the approved budget for the 24-25 financial year. In terms of the revenue, our revenue is mainly from license fees and levies, and these are linked to the volumes that are generated in electricity and the volumes that are passed through the gas and petroleum pipelines. For the financial year, the total actual revenue collected was 393 million against a budget of 398 million. We unfortunately had an under recovery of 5.3 million. And the main reason there, in the levies for petroleum pipeline industry, we've had an under recovery of around 10.2 million. And the reasons there is that during the year, there were shutdowns, maintenance shutdowns in the refineries, and there were incidents there on in the refinery as well, which caused the volumes to be less than that were projected. So overall, we had that under recovery then in our revenue. On the expenditure side, sorry, Chair. Let me just move. On the expenditure side, our actual expenditure for the year is 473 million against a budget of 485 million. There we've underspent by 12.5 million. In the main, that was due to the vacancies in the employment cost side, where we've under-recovered around 20 million. But the main vacancies that we had were in the management levels, but by the end of the financial year, we had employed most of the individuals in those positions. So for this financial year, we should be fine in terms of vacancies. Other areas where we slightly overspent was on professional fees. In the main there, it's due to the legal fees that we incurred due to the number of cases, court cases that we are defending in the courts. But overall, our expenditure for the year was below budget by 4%. And then in terms of the financial position, the net asset value at the end of the financial year was 145 million. That's made up of our current assets of 115 million In the main there, we have our current debtors and also the cash balances. And on non-current assets, it's mainly the building and office assets, and the current liabilities is mainly the normal creditors, accruals, and provisions. So we do indicate that there was a drop in our net asset value compared to the previous financial year. This is due to the fact that we've been utilizing the accumulated surplus to refund the levies that were previously collected to license fees, as we should not collect more than we need in terms of our expenditure for regulating the sector. So overall, we are still fine at 144 million rand. Yes, and yes, I think I've covered all the items in the financials. Thank you. Over to you, to COO.
Thank you, Ms. Bono. Chairperson, with your permission, if you can just briefly touch on the risks that we had set for ourselves, and as well as
I've completed the financials as COO.
I am on, I don't know if I... Yes, I'm proceeding. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Can we just do it quickly?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Chair,
I was
touching on-
hoping that I'm not sure if there's an issue with the CEO's connection, but we just have two more items that we are looking at. We had some risks that we had identified as the energy regulator, and we had 9 strategic risks. Part of what we did to mitigate those risks was to put in mitigation strategies where we implemented more than 22 of those. 3 others that we are still implementing. We are sure that by the end of the next financial year, we'll be able to deal with those. And part of the limitation has been not just the resources, but mainly the financial resource limitation that has made us not to implement those that are still outstanding. The next slide. And a part of our report, although it is unqualified, we also had audit findings, and 4 of them were material findings, and we've put in an action plan that would ensure that we deal with these, and it is no surprise that mainly these 4 were from the electricity division, and we are working on a plan to ensure that come next year, when we do this report, there will be nothing from the electricity division. Chairperson, I think this is the end of our presentation, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity that you've presented to us. Thank you, Chair. Over to you.
Okay, thank you very much, NECSA. Then let me give an opportunity to honorable members to interact with the presentation. Honorable Mile.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to NERSA for their presentation. It was really interesting. I do have several questions, but maybe I should start with the very last slide that you presented. On that slide, it says there were 4 material findings on the audit report. However, in a previous version of the presentation, I'm not sure if it was a previous version, it was the latest version we received as the committee, it said that according to the audit management letter, there were 21 material findings. So can I first of all get an indication as to why there is this discrepancy between the audit letter and the report, 21 to 4? And secondly, can we get a breakdown as to what those material findings are? Because at this point, you've just said, hey, there are these material findings, but they are impacting on your ability to do your work. So what exactly are we talking about? My second question relates to the withdrawal of the compliance enforcement plan by the electricity subcommittee. And that withdrawal resulted in NERSA completing only 31% of its planned enforcement actions. It essentially created, call it a vacuum in compliance for non-compliant licensees. And here we're talking about Eskom and we're talking about municipalities. So my question really boils down to, well, why was that chosen, or why did the electricity subcommittee choose to withdraw that enforcement plan rather than amend it? And what is the plan to replace it in the short term? Then we're all very well aware of the 54 billion rand miscalculation, and we had a committee meeting about it a couple of weeks ago. I want to get some specific details, please. What is the timetable for disciplinary action with regard to that 54 billion rand miscalculation? Are full-time regulator members who approved that flawed decision going to be held accountable? And what is being done going forward to mitigate the unintended cost implications for South African consumers? I also noted that your professional fees were 16% over budget, and that was largely due to legal costs. So could you tell us how those legal costs are broken down? Was it the municipal tariff methodology? Was it Eskom challenges? Where does that arise from? And what is NERSA doing to prevent that happening again? Because we've raised this time and again over the past 6 years that I've been on this committee. We've raised the issue that your decisions are challenged repeatedly. So how can you create a tariff process that will withstand these challenges? How can you create a tariff determination process that is rigorous and beyond reproach? Lastly, I'm concerned about the involvement of public participation in your decisions. I find that there is a modicum of secrecy around some of these decisions. We saw that in the secret settlement around the 54 billion rand. We've seen it with regard to the various rules that are being developed by NERSA. So what are your plans to promote public participation and ensure that this constitutionally mandated and even legislatively mandated on NERSA, because one of your responsibilities is to represent the public interest. What are you doing to entrench that culture at NERSA? Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thanks, Honorable Milam. Honorable Bapti, followed by Honorable.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Chair, my question relates to the 54 billion error that took place, and the question is essentially, where do we stand in terms of the legal proceedings, the court order regarding the error and the projected increases in the tariff that's going to be charged? I believe that this matter has been challenged in court, that the public participation should in fact take place. So that I saw this morning's news, there was a challenge coming from another group. Can we have a response from NERSA in terms of the actual legal position now with this court order on the 54 billion error and the impact on future tariffs? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Paulson. Thank you, Honorable Bapti.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you very much to NERSA for the presentation. I want to just repeat the question posed by the Honorable Milam, first of all. So NERSA received an unqualified audit outcome for 2024-2025, and the management audit letter identified 21 material and some repeat findings, mainly in the electricity regulation division. So could the chairperson elaborate on the nature of these repeat findings and what immediate actions are being taken to address the underlying control weaknesses that resulted in the 21 material findings? Then also, in terms of regulatory compliance and enforcement, the Auditor General found that NERSA is non-compliant with sections 18 and 19 of the Electricity Regulation Act by not charging penalties for licensees who fail to implement corrective action plans. Since the proposed pilot implementation of the new enforcement process is expected to take 2 to 3 years, what interim measures is NERSA implementing to ensure non-compliant licensees are held accountable and correct issues impacting consumers in the short term? And then, Chairperson, the increasing electricity prices are identified as contributing to the death spiral by reducing utility demand. So whereas we no longer have the electricity disruptions. One of the reasons why is because of the demand for electricity has dropped because of the price of electricity. So beyond ensuring only efficient costs are approved and educating communities on free basic education, what significant regulatory policy changes or new mechanisms is NERSA considering to actively tackle rising prices and improve affordability for all customers? And then my last question, Chair. So NERSA itself identified its pricing methodology as outdated and also subject to legal challenges. When are the terms of reference for updating the methodology expected to be completed, and what are the critical pillars of the multi-year pricing determination methodology aimed at resolving structural issues and legal vulnerabilities? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Paulson. Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I only have 2 questions for NERSA. I just wanted to check with NERSA that did the 54 billion Eskom tariff error had any actual measurable impact on the 2024-2025 financial performance of both NERSA and Eskom? And secondly, Chair, I just wanted maybe to check with NERSA that since the industry is rapidly decentralizing, we can see the embedded 10 generation. Is NERSA staffing and technical expertise, as reflected in the human resource section of the report, adequate to regulate a more complex and multi-licensee environment? Those are the 2 questions I have, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nkosi. I don't see any other hands for now. Can we request NECSA to answer the question or respond to them?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. We are going to respond to these questions as the CFO, CEO, and but we will cover them. So I will start with the ones that were asked by Honorable Milam. The first one is around the Eskom and the municipality and the withdrawal of the framework and what is the plan. So the reason the framework for compliance monitoring was withdrawn was that the past framework for compliance monitoring was based on the fact that when NERSA found that a municipality was non-compliant, the process did not then include establishing a tribunal and then putting up this fine that it will fine the contravening party 10 million rand or 1% of the revenue, because that process was riddled with legal challenges. Instead, the regulator had a process of, for municipalities, for instance, naming and shaming them, and that also yielded certain results. But the audit finding, one of the audit finding was that, no, you are supposed to establish a tribunal and do that. So what we are doing now is we have now used the new Electricity Regulation Act, which gives us some leeway to establish the tribunal. And I think the rules are going to be gazetted within the next month or so, after we had gone through the necessary publication and consultation. So that's what we're doing with the part around the Munics and ESCOM in as far as their non-compliance. Then the question around the timetable for the disciplinary, our terms of reference that were given to the entity that is also doing this had given us, I think it's 3 months for them to come back with solid recommendations. And obviously in those recommendations, when it comes to the full-time regulator members, it is the minister that is the employer of the full-time regulator members. The list and the best that the energy regulator can do is to make recommendations on what the minister can do, and it is the minister who will then deal with that. The part around the legal costs breakdown, I want to request that rather than us try to do this, we must provide you with a list of this. But what I do want to caution on is that it's not only on the matters that the regulator may have aired that you get legal challenges. It is the structure of the Electricity Regulation Act and the National Energy Regulator Act that says that if you are aggrieved by the decision of the regulator, then you must go to court. So it's not only when the regulator has erred, it's anyone who just feels aggrieved. Those who have applied for licenses that didn't qualify, and when they are not granted those licenses, they also go to court, and we have to defend those cases. So it's not a straight cut that every time we go to court to win. There are many cases that NERSA wins on matters of procedure, on matters of having been correct in what they're doing. Yes, there are those where NERSA has lost. The last one on Honorable Milam is the one around the secrecy. I think the one around the public participation on the decision of the 54 million rand, that is going to be dealt with accordingly in court. It is our view as a NERSA that this was not done in secrecy, but this was not a process that follows the National Energy Regulator Act. This was a process that follows the judicial review system, which does not require participation of the public. I mean, and in this particular instance, it was a decision which was an error. But to answer you as well, Honorable Bapti, the court, we are supposed to filed our papers by the 23rd of October, where the court will then decide on how to deal with the challenge that has been brought by AfriForum on the lack of public consultation. So that will be answered and dealt with then. And the other one around the various rules that NERSA is developing, and I am not aware. I would then request the Honorable Milam to assist us with the rules that we have not published or wanted public involvement in them, because by the very nature of the work that we do, all of the rules that we do, they must have the inputs of the parties that would be affected by those rules. And then the same question that Honorable Paulson asked around the material and the 21, the CEO is going to respond to that. And then the honorable person also wanted to know if the interim measures to correct in the short term. I think the CEO would also respond to that. I just want to respond on the one that Honorable Paulson asked around the dropping of prices of electricity because the demand is also not dropping. This, unfortunately, is one of those things that must be done by the department, because it is the electricity pricing policy, for instance, that makes the asset base of Eskom to be at modern equivalent. And if the asset base would not be at modern equivalent value as the electricity pricing policy dictates, yes, then the revenue allowed for Eskom would be lower. NERSA does not have any, it's not their province to play in that. It's the policy that says that, and NERSA, what NERSA does is we implement government policies. And yes, it is true, the part where we say it's outdated as the methodology, because the rate of return methodology is what you are going to find anywhere and everywhere in the world in as far as your tariffs. What we are saying is updated is the pricing policy that still gives Eskom the modern equivalent asset value. And the question by Honorable Nkosi on the impact of the 54 billion rand, the 24-25 for the year 24-25, the impact for the year 24-25, Honorable Nkosi, is not going to be seen, but it is going to be seen for the year 25-26 because the changes are going to be effected there. And the part around the staffing, I think this is an ongoing battle where part of the staffing that is going to be required for implementing this Electricity Regulation Act requires new skills. Some of them, those skills have not been developed, and some of them are the skills that NERSA has to develop itself. And it's a process, but like everything else that we have had to do in this country, when we started as NERSA in 2009, putting in the refit or fit-in tariffs, there was no skill for dealing with the integration of independent power producers into the system. As we speak, we are one of the leading ones. So it's a skill that will develop. Right now, we are not in a position to say that we have it all. But as we speak, nobody has it all for the South African industry, but we'll develop it as we go. I will give over to the CFO and the CEO to deal with the other questions that I have not addressed. Anything?
Chairperson, I will come in. I don't know if I'm audible now. I think the NERSA team could not hear me. Chair, I will respond to the issue of the findings by the AG. And before I do that, I must apologize, Chair, with the confusion that has been caused, because what we did, we had a dashboard on all the findings that were raised by the AG. Some were from the actual findings and some were from the management letter, and hence the long list of 21 findings that were included in our presentation. Chair, in actual fact, there were 4 material findings that were raised by the AG, and those findings relate to, firstly, it was said that there were missing indicators, meaning that there were indicators that were in error, that were not stated or really set as targets in our APP, and I think they were touched upon by Honorable Paulson, which was section 18, 19, and 29. And I think the chairperson of the Energy Regulator has elaborated on those sections. And the second one was said that some of our indicators were not clearly defined, and hence the AG did not find them useful to measure and report on the progress against what was planned. So we have enhanced those targets, and as well as those that were said were missing indicators that I've mentioned earlier. The third material finding was that the number of reports on findings and or non-compliance finding compiled for generation, transmission, and distribution within the stated framework. This we said that the target that the manner in which we had set the target, it was difficult again for the AG to find the usefulness of the information against the indicated target that we have set, we have achieved. And the last one that was highlighted as a material finding by AG was in relation to the percentage of actual versus the planned enforcement plan. And the AG indicated that there was no alignment with what was said to be achieved, and therefore then we needed to have a better way of defining this particular target such that it can be properly evaluated by AG. So, Chair, those were the four material findings that the AG has indicated to us, and we have drafted an addendum to the APP to address those or to correct the issues raised by AG in their findings against NERSA. And we hope to have this addendum considered for approval before the end of this particular month. Chair, I will stop there in terms of the audit findings by AG. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairperson,
Thank
to come back to you, but from our side, we think we have covered all of the questions, save the one where the list of the litigations is required that would have to provide separately. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you very much, NERSA. I'm checking whether the honorable members are satisfied on the way you responded. Seemingly, they are satisfied because there's no hand. There's no hand in the gadget. If it is the case, let's thank you, NERSA, in terms of your presentation, Chairperson. Bukula, we also thank you very much for the presentation, and we really appreciate it. We can be excused from a meeting because we're also going to continue with other entities. Thank you. You are released. Thank you very much. The entity is NECSA. I can see that we have not managed to make time, but it doesn't matter. Let's try and push for NECSA, and then after NECSA, we will go for lunch. Over to you, NECSA.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mfana, and greetings to the honorable members as well as the other colleagues that have joined online. Certainly, it's a pleasure for us to be presenting today. I am waiting for the slides to be presented, to be projected. I see we do have an issue of a host disabled participant screen sharing. Can we get help from Secretariat there to allow presentation rights, please?
You have been given co-hosting rights and Mayor Hawadi, CEO.
All right, let's try with Ms. Hawadi. Apologies for this, but I think testing. So I think as I wait for the slides to come on, I will open and say a word of thanks first and foremost for the members of Parliament who joined us at NECSA on the last week for the site oversight and the visiting of the different facilities. It was a great pleasure to host you on our site. And I think I will also take advantage of that particular aspect. Wrapping up my presentation will probably go a little bit faster than normal, taking that advantage of that. As we move forward, then I see there's something posted. The presentation at a high level does talk to the integrated annual report that we are presenting here today on the year that finished on the 31st of March 2025, and it's showing an improvement in operational aspects, financial aspects, as well as the audit outcomes. It is a great pleasure to be presenting this to you today. And we also are waiting, and I think the DM was very upfront last week in raising that the board is in the process of being approved. As we await the announcement of the new board, it must be noted that the year that we are presenting today, as ended in March, had a board that was fully constituted as of end of March, and also in months subsequent to that. And these performance outcomes were presented to the board while it was still in existence. This year is a special one for NECSA because we celebrated 60 years. And these 60 years of NECSA of Safari do show us that we are an organization that has managed to manage this asset very well for the South African public as well as for the global community benefit. So very important that remain top 4 of the global suppliers of the medical isotopes. Whilst that is a good achievement, we also need to look at the area for improvement of saying, how do we get more of our customers to be more from the African region versus the bigger global community, because we need to grow the medical use for these illnesses around the continent. We want to increase that footprint. Also, the government granting of the 1.2 billion for the next 3 years for the development of the multi-purpose research reactor aims to bring MPR around the 2030s is a very important one for us, because as we move forward with that seed funding, it allows us to be able to move forward in a space wherein we seek partners to ensure that we can build this plant and bring it on time. The strategy that has led us to see the results that we're seeing today was approved in 2021, and we're currently in this financial year that we're on now. We're on the final year of implementation, and now we are utilizing the foundation we've created to start implementing the growth programs that we've highlighted and that we shall talk about as part of this presentation. And we're looking forward to developing nuclear as part of the peaceful use of nuclear usage around the globe. So as we move forward then, in terms of the strategy as the anchor for delivery, this is the 5-pillar strategy that we employed. And at the top of it, we always wanted financial sustainability, efficient operations, as well as good governance. And we've utilized this strategy in a page as a driver for our performance in all the different aspects of our business, with a strong emphasis on delivering on the shareholder compact, which is also anchored on these 5 pillars, with 5 pillars being the 5 KPAs. And we also have, as a subset of that, the KPIs, which are 15 in total, as you will see in the next slide. The next slide, please. So as we talk about the group performance, we, as I've just said, we have 15 KPIs. And what becomes very important for me is that if I report by exception, is that Pelchem is the one, the net profit after tax, and Pelton being one of our subsidiaries, is one that we did not meet because we had suffered losses. But the good thing about this is that Pelcom has reduced its losses by a huge percentage, and it's on its trajectory towards improved financial performance. All the other measures we have actually met and exceeded in most cases, and it is gratifying to say the executive team has really managed to develop us, to give us this turnaround that we see. And at this point in time, when it comes to the financial section, as I've highlighted that we finished the year with a profit, good audit outcomes, and an improving financial base. I will hand over to Ms. Hawadi, who is our Group CFO. Over to you, Ms. Hawadi.
Good afternoon to the committee. In terms of the financial statements, we're ecstatic to report on the results that we are seeing this afternoon. So if we look at the 2024-25 financial year, we are pleased to report that we are currently sitting with a profit of 21.686 for the company and 125.2 for the group. At a level of the statement of other comprehensive income, we're also seeing that positive trajectory being reflected, which are the numbers that we see on the extreme right-hand side of the 69.829 and the 176.728 for the company and group respectively. We have seen this positive trajectory over the last 3 financial years. So when we started seeing this turnaround was especially in the 2022-23 financial year, 2023-24, and the current financial year 2024-25 and the reporting period. This comes off the back of the previous period where we had deep losses, and if you look at the 2020-21 financial year, we're in significant triple-digit losses, and we're able to halve those and subsequently turn the organization around. The main levers that we have been using to be able to achieve this positive result has been to look at the revenue streams and diversify those. We are aware of the fact that the grant is currently constrained. So what we were looking at was looking at the diversification of our revenue streams. We have also been extremely prudent when it has come to expense management, to the extent that if we look at the 2024-25 financial year, we are really seeing an improvement in the results, which is significantly ahead of what we had targeted for, but that also talks to the hard work that has gone into it and the strict financial prudence that we have been applying with the entity. If we look at the next slide is then looking at the statement of financial position. So the next statement of financial position shows a trend over time as well, which is looking at this strengthening of the statement of financial position over time. So if we look at the current year under reporting period 2024-25, we see that is positive, and that is over a back of the positivity that we had seen in previous years. And the main thing that has informed this, especially the improvement over the past 4 years, has been a correlation with the improved performance that we have seen and the year-on-year net profit results for the group that we spoke about in the previous slide. One thing we have also been focusing on as a NECSA group has been the focus on liability reduction, because we are quite aware of the fact that when you carry liabilities, that also has a strain on the statement of financial position. So with our focus on the liability reduction, that has led to a strengthening of the statement of financial position so that the entity can be investment grade. So with these positive results that we're seeing, we're also able to go out into the market and see what the response is. And also this is also reflected in the governance that we have seen, which has been quite positive. Going forward, what our focus is now on is improving the liquidity ratios. So currently the ratios have improved from the historical period in time. However, going forward, we want to put increased focus on that aspect. We're also leveraging off the statement of financial position in support of the growth strategy, because as we know, the growth strategy is one which is imperative for NECSA, and that is our current focus area going forward. Then, if we look at the slide, this is quite an exciting slide. It's one that makes us quite ecstatic. And the reason being is that if we look at the 2024-25 financial year, for the first time, NECSA was able to reflect a clean audit opinion, which has been years in the making in terms of our aspirational goal, which has now realized into reality. So for the 24-25 financial year, we're able to reflect a milestone of 4 clean audits for the group out of 6 entities. This is doubling from the previous financial year where we had 2 clean audits, and this year it is 4. The entity, Telchem, received an unqualified audit. We were finding a way, essentially, away from a clean audit with Telchem. And in terms of Ganatech, unfortunately, we saw a slide in that department and that entity from unqualified in the previous financial year to qualified. So essentially, the entity slipped for what could have been a clean to a qualification. And going forward, our target is to be able to get all 6 to be clean auditees. Where we are coming from, and this is what makes it especially exciting, is because we had been in a situation where we were sitting in a disclaimer situation for NECSA. If we look at the 2020-21 financial year, we were disclaimed in 2021-22, and then year on year, every single year, we ensured that we're able to then see an improvement in terms of our audit outcomes. So the next year, we were then able to see the qualification, which was ASM, Shab, and NECSA. And then in terms of the subsequent years, it was an unqualification. And this year, we're ecstatically sitting in a clean audit opinion. So as I hand over to the CEO, suffice to say, it's quite an exciting position to be in as clean auditees and receiving awards in this regard, because we're sitting with those 4 clean audits coming off a base of a disclaimer, especially for NECSA in 2020-21. And this is for the first time. Thank you, and back to you, CEO.
Thank you very much, Group CFO. So as we move off this particular slide, I must state that what has really given us mileage in this regard, in addition to the simplified strategy in a page approach, as well as the mantra that we used for our staff, which is PPA, which is profitability, improved performance, and audit outcomes. The staff really held on to this, and I think all hands are on deck to ensure that we achieve in all those 3 areas. And it is gratifying that really indeed we've achieved the clean audit outcome for NECSA as an SOC, together with some of its subsidiaries. We will improve on the areas where we still see that there is there's a regression in the form of Gamatech. And also the profit that we've achieved is very important. But as we move forward, one of the things, in addition to those 3 most important things that we want to say ourselves as, is that as a nuclear entity, we have to really abide by the statutes and ensure that from an environmental perspective, we do abide by the laws that we have in our country. It is very, very important that as we move forward, the NNR and other regulators like DFFE will comply to their requirements. So the most important part was the deal with radiation, the public dose limit as imposed by the National Nuclear Regulator. We've managed to be well within that. Occupational dose by employees is as low as reasonably achievable. And as we look at the 3 main things that we also measure for managing the environmental aspects, the water emissions, the water releases called the effluents, we measure that. The airborne emissions in the form of the air, as well as the soil samples that we do take, and also other environmental samples that we take around, are very important in that as we move forward, these are monitored on a routine basis, because we want to be able to demonstrate that nuclear can live side by side in harmony with the environment that it operates in. So we've also, from an environmental perspective, managed to demonstrate very good performance. The landscape that we have, on the stakeholder engagements becomes very important in that as we move forward, It is very important. If you look at the landscape from the top, we do show that the shareholder and as well as government at the top there, which is what we're here about in terms of the shareholder and the government, together with the parliament. We do report, and we do report timely. That has been one of the things that we've assured that with the strategy, it is important that we show diligence in terms of our reporting framework. And I must say that we've been able to submit our corporate plans on time, submit our annual reports on time, and everything that is needed to report at this level. And also submission of our quarterly reports to the shareholder department. Also very important to note that employees, as you will see on the pictures below there, we do have staff engagement sessions. And these staff engagement sessions are very important because we see the employees as the most important stakeholder. They must always be au fait with what we are busy doing. And we see that as important. We've also seen that business is important to engage because we don't do business just for ourselves. Business and industry are important in that some of them are customers, some of them are suppliers. And we also need to make sure that we have confidence with those. I will not go through the entire stakeholder wheel, but suffice to say on this slide that we viewed this as our license to operate. And it is very crucial that our license to operate is managed through meaningful stakeholder engagements. And then as part of this stakeholder engagement process is that we look at also, the business fraternity in terms of showing and demonstrating benefit to the country's imperatives of focusing on specific entities to ensure that suppliers are in line with the BBBEE requisite prescripts. We are pushing in that direction. But also, most importantly, the development of our people is very important, both inside and outside of NECSA. We've had the number of engagements at the bottom right, demonstrating that we are increasing those numbers in all fronts, both locally and internationally. And as you all know that nuclear operates in an international framework, it is very important that NECSA claims that footprint in the international fraternity as well. And also as part of that stakeholder engagement process, so while we talk to staff, do outreach programs at schools, one of the most important things is the enabling agreements that we have. The pictures shown here only show CSIR and EWCITA. Very important, we have these more and more because we've got many partners that we work with. They become very important. And I think the CFO also mentioned the issue of the Clean Audit Awards that we received on the 3rd of October from AGSA, a very proud moment for our people. So very important that we have the stakeholder landscape, which is our license to operate, maintained at the highest possible level. We just added a few slides in the last couple of days between what was sent earlier and now. And it was very important for us to also show the NERSA work profile, in that we're talking about 1,600 people, just over 1,600. And it is very crucial that as part of the transformation agenda for the country, we need to ensure that skills and talent pipelining for current and future strategic programs is applied. So the distribution is something that we watch both on the race, gender, and all other forms of transformation as we move forward, including the age profile analysis. We note that the age profile, average age for NECSA is about 47 years. That is not healthy. We really need to look very on strong pipelines to ensure that we sustain the requisite skills for the future, as well as the talent management programs for retention of the knowledge, especially for the critical and scarce skills. And as part of that skills development, because as we transition from stability to growth, we need to ensure that we develop skills that are geared for growth and also generate revenue, because that becomes very important. The skills and the partnerships that we have on the right really are very important for us because they allow us to develop those pipelines in various aspects of our business. But also we need to strengthen on the Learning Academy product offering. I must state it here that I realized that we missed a very huge opportunity when you visited the NECSA Learning Academy last week. And very important for me was that the missed opportunities that you got into the workshops and they were empty at the time because we're busy inducting about 148 students in the area that you were in on the 7th. I'm sure you had seen quite a lot of students there. So, and those students I've managed to address at that point in time. I've noted the reasons that were given in terms of the gap created, but typically induction is not more than 2 weeks. And we really are hoping that this does not create an impression that we've got a white elephant sitting in the form of the NECSA Learning Academy. We do have a very active and an agile system. And all the minor glitches, because this was the second intake, biggest intake, especially that we are working with the National Skills Fund, NSF, in that we had a group that was above 100 that we took around October last year. And this is the second intake of about 148 students. So we'll improve on our actions. And I must say that the fact that we have these huge intakes, in our initial bidding to get allocation from the NSF, the numbers were fairly modest than what we have. But because NECSA had been delivering and delivering at a very, very high level, NSF actually allocated us some more. And now we are working towards improving how to manage those numbers that are more going forward. And talking about the current, it's always important to talk about the future. And that as we've solidified our performance with the left, now we are moving at growing to the right-hand side, which is one to do the front-end fuel cycle, front-end fuel supply, in the form of being able to convert the uranium material, which has been declared as critical in the documents that are doing rounds for approving critical minerals. We want to be able to convert, we want to be able to enrich, and we want to be able to fabricate the fuel, because those are the distinct processes before you can make nuclear fuel. So we want to go back to what NECSA used to do in the late 80s and early 90s. Now we also want to look into power generation aspect of things. This imperative came as a result of what we saw, because at the conception of the old strategy, as well as starting the new strategy that we're busy with, we were seeing load shedding in the country, and we could not sit down while Rome was burning. So we needed to play our role, and our role really here is to make sure that we can develop an SMR with partners that we can find around the globe, and primarily for 3 aspects, which will help the decarbonization as well as the electricity supply situation. In that we need an SMR, small modular reactor, that can produce electricity, that can develop the process heat. We are starting to talk to some partners in South Africa that utilize process heating. And I think using nuclear, they see this as an opportunity for themselves to decarbonize, and will intensify those discussions as we lead up to getting a partner internationally to develop the SMR. Third program is source neutron generation, which is a Safari, because we see Safari as a neutron factory. So we want to extend the life of Safari, which currently is shown to end by 2030, according to the NNR, but working very hard in developing the paperwork to extend the life of Safari for another decade or 2 beyond 2030, and in parallel to deploy the multi-purpose reactor. We need to increase our radioisotopes and services, and we also need to improve our fluorochemical business. And all of these 5 programs above are centered on the skills development for internal, for external, and for the broader nuclear fraternity going forward. So we really need to fuse the 2 as we move forward, and ensure that we've got one framework from which we operate from the coming 1st of April 2026. Next slide, please. And what we've also sought to do is to seek alignment. It was gratifying to see SANEDI did the same thing, alignment with the shareholder priorities. And with these priorities on the top, priorities 1 to 5, we compared them with our high impact programs or growth programs that I've just presented in the previous slide. And we've ticked where we see strong synergies and direct synergies. And really, there are other indirect benefits, even where there are no ticks. There are indirect links, but we decided to stick to the ones that are really hard and fast, and they can be explained very well. We're seeing a huge lot of alignment between ourselves and the shareholder, and it was also good to see an update in the form of, for the next financial year, that the department has sent us what is called a strategic intent statement, which we've looked at, and we're still seeing strong alignment with that. It does help with ensuring that our shareholder compact is based on a solid ground. And now, Chair, as I conclude, I want to state that with the year that we are presenting here, ended 31st of March 2025, we're seeing positive and solid ground with 93% delivery on the shareholder compact. We're seeing a clean audit, and we're seeing profit in the order of 125 million for NPAT and 176 million for total comprehensive income. The 5-year strategy from 2021 has really yielded positive results, and this has enabled us to comply with all our obligations in terms of operational, financial, environmental performance. And really, this is the stability that this company so desires, so that it can move forward and leapfrog to becoming a prominent company in the world. The stakeholder relationships, I always emphasize, that are very important, and they are really based on collaboration, and they enable mutual success, because the stakeholders have wants and needs, and we also have wants and needs, and we're looking at those synergies coming together and allowing us to flourish higher and higher. It's very critical for the critical part for continued success of NECSA growth. These 6 high impact programs form a base for the new strategy that we are working on, and we really need to move forward in leaps and bounds to ensure that we always stick to the alignment with the shareholder ministry's strategic objectives. The NERSA group is prioritizing the human capital development for its own operations and creating a pipeline for the country's nuclear program through partnerships. With those words, Chairperson, I would like to bring my presentation to a close. We've got some added slides in case people need further details on the financials. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, NECSA. Then now is the time for honorable members to interact with your presentation. Honorable members. Honorable members, am I audible?
You are audible.
Yes.
No questions, Chair.
I'm looking
Maybe
for
there's no
hands.
questions.
I'm looking for hands.
Nothing thus far, Chair.
It's okay. Oh,
Mr.
Honorable
Nkosi.
All right. Honorable Ngosi.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I think on my side, I don't have any question for NECSA. Maybe it's because we had so much time with them together and we were able to engage and have asked more questions. That's what I wanted maybe to say, Chair, because I saw that there was no hand up. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Ngosi. Now I can see that there are no hands because at least we. Yes, Honorable Paulson, maybe it's a. Yeah, thank you. Over to you, Honorable.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation, and Chair, I've just got 3 short questions. So the new strategy includes highly complex initiatives like power generation, leading with SMRs, small modular reactors, and front-end fuel supply. I'd just like to know what is the initial budget allocation, the regulatory approvals or specific collaborations that are being pursued for the financial year 2025-2026 that will lay the groundwork for these ventures which fall within NECSA's founding mandate? And then what were the quantified results for the research and innovation KPIs in the financial year 2024-2025, specifically the figures for contract R&D funding generation, number of peer-reviewed publications, and the number of innovation disclosures? Chairperson, because it's very important that when you conduct research, there needs to be an artifact, something tangible that comes out of it. And these are either peer-reviewed publications or innovation disclosures that come out of that research. Then again, NECSA's Learning Academy has a capacity to train 150 artisans per semester. So that's 300 a year. So what percentage of that capacity was utilized during the financial year 2024-2025? And how many of those graduates or certified artisans secured employment within the NECSA group or the broader nuclear energy sector? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Paulson. Yeah, it was only you that you had, your hand was up. Can I give over to NECSA?
Thank you very much, honorable members, for those questions. And the comments are noted also on the chat box about the time spent last week, which has provided so much clarity, and it does help with these interactions. Thanks, Honorable Kosi and Honorable Njabeleng, noted the comments. With regard to Honorable Paulson's question on, let's start with the new strategy and the complex project and what budget allocation was given. So I want to state that at the outset, we envisage that the investment in total that's needed for these programs to come to light, and these are high-level class estimates, is about 60 billion rands. And these are also going to be obviously implemented at different phases, not 60 billion we need as cash upfront. That's the first part. Total estimated is that amount. For the upfront work that we have done, for the MPR, we have had some budget allocation that we've taken from the fiscal allocation, where we've utilized it for that. However, for the other projects, doing this groundwork, this groundwork is really used, is done using our resources primarily, because we've got our project management team that is starting to do all the project management elements in the form of developing program and project charters, developing project plans at a high level or detailed when it's appropriate, etc., etc. So this is all absorbed as an internal cost at this point in time because we're using primarily our staff complement. And I think we'll find the exact figure that was used for the MPR in the last financial year. The regulatory approvals that are required in this regard is that clearly, because these are nuclear-related efforts, we need the NNR as a fundamental approval for our operations, construction and operation. However, there is a big element which is also through DFFE in terms of the environmental impact assessments. So we deal with primarily two stakeholders. We deal with two regulators who are key stakeholders in this process. And we are at this point in time advanced for the EIA with the DFFE, for the MPR. For the other programs like the SMRs, we have not started the process. However, we have shared our strategic intent with the two regulators, and we look forward to updating them on a routine basis so that they are aware of what is coming along. In terms of collaborations for 2025-26 on these programs, at this point in time, we have high-level MOUs with many, many entities, and here we're seeking those collaborations to take effect. But for the big programs, it is very important that where we envisage that we're going to be going to the market, it is important that we really stay at a bit of an arm's length from the potential suppliers. For example, on the MPR, we can't do much collaboration there other than learn the lessons from the MPRs that have been deployed around the world, because we want to go to market and we don't want to be seen to be too close to any of the stakeholders or potential suppliers that we have. So we're managing this environment very, very closely going forward. In terms of the R&I and the peer and the outputs of that, we have three sub-measures under the R&I pillar. The first one is contract R&D income, and that income becomes very important because many of the research companies, I'll go to the CSIR and the others, they do contract out research to bring revenue, which is commercial revenue. In this financial year, we got 52 million versus 42 million. And I know this is not the research question that was being asked, but I'm just embellishing the question. The two measures, which is the number of peer-reviewed publications, as well as the number of innovation disclosures. We had a target of 20 peer-reviewed publications, and we achieved 28. So we exceeded this measure by 8. The number of innovation disclosures, we had a target of 6. We exceeded by 1 by achieving an actual of 7. So I must say that what the honorable member was asking about the research fraternity and what it's looking for, we are really living true to that. And there are many other strategic projects that we are actually doing research of, where we are taking things from a low technical readiness level to a higher technical readiness level. So that was the R&I question. The NLA related capacity. The NLA related one. So what I will most likely do on this one, I will come back with the written response on this, because in terms of the percentage use of the facility itself for 24-25 versus what we trained, I will definitely look at those numbers and send together with the employment. And our plan is always to say, as a starting point, you need to have employable people. And if we can absorb them internally, then we can absorb them. But if we can't, they must go to the broader market, and we monitor some of those. But at a broad level, I must say that I will bring that information more written so that it's more succinct and it's not quoted out of context. And then in terms of one area that I'd said I would come back to, which is the the MPR allocation. The amount was 60.8 million for the prior year. This is really for the MPR development as part of that seed funding from the government. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. I hope I've answered these questions accordingly.
Okay, thank you very much. You have answered them. Thank you. I think for now, what time is it? Let's thank you for the presentation and everything that you have put forward in front of us. And then I think let's release you for now, because we're going to continue even after lunch. And then for members, let's go for the lunch until 2, and then we can come back. Thank you and good day.
What time are we coming back, Chair? 12:30? I mean, 13:30? Hey, Chair?
Hello.
What time are we coming back, Chair?
The time now. Let's come back at 1:45.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Easy. They require courage, persistence, and of course,
Recording stopped.
Welcome back, honorable members, and our guest or our entity that has joined us. And on the program, Ariko. It's NNR who's going to follow. Can I welcome and give the platform to NNR?
Recording in progress.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, honorable members, Deputy Minister, the DG, and colleagues who are in this video conference. My name is Protas Pili, and I'm the chairperson of the Board of Directors of the National Nuclear Regulator. In this video conference, I am joined by the NNR CEO, Ms. Ditebogo Khomo, NNR CFO, Mr. Dumisan Maluleke, and NNR Head of Strategy, Mr. Masete Letsualo. In terms of the content that we will be taking the portfolio committee through will be the NNR's mandate and strategic focus. If you could move to the next slide. The 5-year performance trend, the 2024-2025 organizational performance highlight, annual performance information report, and the annual financial statement. If you could move to the next slide. In terms of the NNR mandate and strategic focus, NNR's mandate, which is primarily informed by the NNR Act, is for the protection of persons, property, and the environment against nuclear damage and the harmful effect of radiation. We execute this mandate with unwavering commitment to regulatory independence, guided by the principles of good governance, integrity, ethical leadership, and technical excellence. As you can see, our vision, we want to be recognized as a trusted nuclear and radiation safety regulator. And that informs our mission of strengthening and maintaining an effective national regulatory framework through innovation in protection of persons, property, and environment against ionizing radiation. In terms of our values, the organization is informed by the following values: is excellency, integrity, openness and transparency, safety and security, teamwork, and caring. If you could move to the next slide. In terms of our organogram, we've got a board of directors, which is responsible for the organization. It has got 3 board subcommittees, which is the Nuclear Safety and Technical Committee, the Human Resources and Remuneration Committee, the Audit and Risk Committee. Then we've got the Chief Executive Officer, who's got 5 executives reporting to her, who are responsible for the following divisions. We've got the Regulatory Improvement and Technical Services Division. We've got the Nuclear Technology and Norm Division. We've got the Nuclear Power Plant Division. We've got the Corporate Support Service Division, as well as the Finance Division. The board remains duly constituted in terms of the NNR Act, except that there were 2 vacancies at the end of the year. is the community representative and the labor representatives. Those are the two vacancies that we had. All executive positions remain filled, and there were no unfilled positions at executive level at the year end. That just confirms the stability of the organization at board level as well as executive level. The board is constituted of 13 directors, 12 are non-executive directors, and the CEO as an executive director. It is worth noting that with the NNR Amendment Act, the Chief Financial Officer has been incorporated now as a member of the board going forward. Next slide, please. In terms of our human resources, our staff complement is 169, which by population, you've got 83% representing African, 8% representing coloreds, 4% representing Indians, and 5% representing white. From a gender perspective, in the technical division, we've got 58%, which is male, 42%, which is female. From a support division, we've got 41%, which is male, and 59%, which is female. If you could move to the next slide. Over the past 5 years, this is the reflection of our performance. We achieved the highest performance during the financial year 2020-2021, which was sitting at 99.6%. And the lowest achievement we have ever achieved was last year, which was 2023-2024. We achieved 92.85% of our target. It is worth mentioning now that for the 2024-2025, the organization achieved a performance score of 98.77%, which is an improvement from the performance achieved last year, which last year we achieved 92.85%. This achievement is testament to the dedication of the NNR staff to continuously improve organizational performance and reflect strong operational discipline across all programs. Next slide, please. Okay, I just talk about our current achievement, which is 98.77%. Could move to the next slide. This is just a breakdown of the 98.77% from different perspectives. The first slide is perspective by performance. The next slide is the perspective by regulatory inspection. And the next slide is the performance by regulatory reviews and assessment. Just to talk briefly on the finances of the organization, I am happy to report that the NNR has again achieved an unqualified audit opinion with no material findings from the AGSA. They call it a clean audit. That means we have a clean bill of health on the annual financial statement. We have got a clean bill of health on the annual performance report, and we have got a clean bill of health on compliance with legislation. This is in line with the board's commitment to good governance, accountability, transparency, ethical leadership, compliance, and performance excellence. It is also worth mentioning that the organization remains financially sustainable, solvent, liquid, and there's nothing that has come to the attention of the board that may indicate that the organization is not a going concern. Just to give the committee the key highlights for the year, the Koopberg long-term operation license, the NNR completed its review of the safety evaluation report for the Koopberg Unit 1 license extension, and the board approved the 20-year license extension for the Unit 1, the Koopberg Unit 1. For Koopberg Unit 2, we have just completed public hearings which were held in the Northern Cape as well as the Western Cape. The NNR is now processing the information collected from written comment we received as well as public hearing we held in order to finalize the decision for the Koopberg Unit 2. In terms of the infrastructure, I am happy to report that during the financial year, the organization completed the construction of our offices in Cape Town. Over the past 5 years, we've been constructing our offices in Cape Town, which are fit for purpose, that will support our regulatory oversight in the Western Cape. The office is due to be officially opened by the minister this month. We will be happy for the portfolio committee at some stage to come and visit our new facility so that we can take them through this new building. Looking ahead, the National Nuclear Regulator Amendment Act came into effect in June this year. Key changes that were brought about by the amendment, amongst others, they include providing clarity that the regulator not only can it grant or amend the license, but it can also refuse, suspend, or revoke the license, obviously subject to the provision of the Act. I am mentioning this point because there is a perception that having given the 20-year extension for the Koopberg Unit 1, it means the regulator is nowhere to play any role. The regulator continues to exercise regulatory oversight over the 20-year extension. In other words, if there are any nuclear safety issues that are of concern to the regulator, in terms of the Act, we have got the power to suspend or to revoke the license at any time. So from a security, from a nuclear safety consideration, we've got those powers, not necessarily the fact that we have given a 20-year extension, that it means it's a free-for-all. The other amendments that were brought about by the Amendment Act is increasing the participation, the public participation period from 30 days to 90 days. Other amendments is to increasing the appointment term of the board and the CEO from 3 years to 5 years. I have already mentioned that now the Chief Financial Officer has been incorporated now as a member of the board with the new amendment. Lastly, the amendment also, they are providing for the transfer of the license subject to written permission from the regulator. As members, you will remember that with the Falput facility being transferred from NECSA to NRWDI, NRWDI had to apply for the new license because in terms of the then NNR Act, the license was not transferable. So now the new amendment makes it possible for the license to be transferred to another entity, obviously subject to written permission from the regulator. I will now allow the Chief Executive Officer, Ms. Ditebo Hokomo, to take us through the rest of the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Pili. Thank you, Chairperson Mvana. Honorable Chair, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, honorable Deputy Minister and the DG chairpersons of both of entities, colleagues, good day. So I will be taking you through our annual performance information. Next slide, please. And we'll start off with the outputs that we were undertaking under our corporate support services sub-program. And we had an outcome relating to enhancing stakeholder engagements, both internal and external. And I'm happy to report that in the 2024-25 financial year, we completed 100% of the activities that were planned there. We also have an outcome of enhancing our ICT capabilities to not only enable business support, but also to make sure that the ICT assets of the regulator are protected. And in this regard, we completed all the targets. So we've achieved 100% of implementing our ICT business support plan. Next slide, please. Honorable members, we also have an outcome that related to us determining the gap between our workplace skills plan and the competencies of the staff of the regulator. And in this period, we completed the analysis in the previous financial years, and in this reporting period, we were implementing our mitigation plan, and we completed 97% of the activities that we had planned for the year, except for 3 training sessions, which could not be completed due to scheduling challenges with the service providers. So on this one, we had external dependencies that we couldn't resolve before the financial year ended, but we completed the bulk of the work that was planned. Next slide, please. Then under the sub-program finance, we of course have the target related to approval of our budget, as well as submission of quarterly financial reports and the achievement of a clean audit. And we are happy to report that all the regulators' activities were funded in this period that we are reporting under, and we have achieved the clean audit. Then we also have targets related to the organization's spending on getting our procurement from previously disadvantaged individuals. And we have a target of 70% that we should spend 70% of our procurement on targeted designated groups. And we are happy to report that in this reporting period, we exceeded that target by 8.33%. So with this one, we had an increase in the services that we were able to procure from the designated and targeted groups. So we achieved 78.33%, and that represents 100% of what we had planned. Next slide, please. The chairperson has just spoken to the new office building in Cape Town. So this was on our APP. And while we have finished construction and most of the big projects that we needed to implement to allow the office to actually be occupied and functional, we, of course, at the end of the financial year, still had, a few projects that were not completed that related to delivery of furniture. We have not installed the carports yet. And then other systems really relate to our entry and exit system, the biometric system, and the branding of the building, as well as procurement of new laptop stands. Those were not yet completed when the financial year ended in March. But I am happy to report that since then we have been able to progress some of these activities, which is why at the end of the month, at the end of this month, we believe that it is the opportune time for the office to be officially opened by our principals. Then under sub-program legal risk and compliance, we have a outcome there that relates to ensuring that we proactively manage potential litigation. We accept that we cannot prevent litigation because of people are happy to sue if they feel that way, but that as an organization, we take proactive measures to manage potential litigation. And in this regard, what we do is we track our compliance with legislation that the NNR needs to comply with. And on a quarterly basis, we report this tracked compliance to the board, and we are happy to report that we were able to generate the 4 quarterly reports that indicated our level of compliance to legislation. Next slide, please. Then we move to the program Nuclear Power Plant. So this is the program which undertakes the activities related to the nuclear power plant in Cape Town. And there our outcome is that we want to maintain implementation of our regulatory programs so that we can assure effective nuclear safety regulation. So with this program, what we do is we plan to undertake certain inspections, but we are also reactive to some unexpected activities that happen on the plant. So as a regulator, we are always at a ready to respond to some things that may happen on the power plant that may not necessarily have been planned at the beginning of the year. So at the beginning of the year, we planned to undertake 41 inspections. And of those, we completed 35. So this is what the regulator at the beginning of the year planned. The reason why we couldn't do the other 6 is that because of the outage that was happening at the power plant at the time, we had to react and be available as and when there were changes to the program of at Koeberg. And so we undertook what we call reactive inspections. We undertook 15 of those, which means we react to the changes that happen to the program at the plant. So these we have to do in order to respond to the submissions that the authorization holder brings forth in order to be able to proceed with their outage activities. But for reporting purposes, we have to indicate from what was planned, how many of those were we able to undertake. And we completed 35 of the 41, which represent a 85.4% achievement. Next slide, please. In the same program, we also review new and periodic submissions that come through from the power plant. And here we plan to complete 100% of what we place on what is called a reviews and assessments plan. In this regard, we undertook, please go. Thank you. In this regard, we undertook 360 reviews and assessment against a plan of 231. So we had 39 additional submissions that were reviewed, and this ensured that we can confidently speak to the state of nuclear safety at the power plant. Next slide, please. And the last one under NPP The board chairperson has spoken to this particular output, which was that as the organization, we had to put forward a recommendation to the board based on the review related to the LTO submissions of ESCOM, and this was completed. Hence, in that period, the board was able to engage and arrive at a decision based on the safety evaluation report that management had submitted to the board. So that was also achieved 100%. Next slide, please. The next program that we move to is our program 3, which is nuclear technology and NOM. And again, on this one, we also have an output that is related to inspections, because of course, compliance assurance is a core activity of the regulator. So in the nuclear technology and NOM program, which looks after the facilities on the Pelindaba site, as well as the facility at Falkputs in the Northern Cape, we had 136 inspections that were planned, and we undertook 138 inspections, and we indicate that the 2 additional inspections, one was to verify the handling of radioactive material at an unauthorized site, and the other one was a follow-up on a directive that we had previously issued to the license holder due to a non-compliance. Next slide, please. Continuing with the nuclear technology and NOM, next slide, please. Continuing with nuclear technology and NOM, again in this program, we look at the reviews and assessment. And in this reporting period, we plan to do 1,253 of these, but we only managed to do 1,240, which represent a 98.96% completion. Some of these reviews could not be completed before the financial year ended because they required a little bit more time for verification of some information that had been submitted by the authorization holders or applicants. And so that work could not be rushed simply because we were chasing a target. It needs to be done correctly. So there we achieved 98.96 of the planned activities. Next slide, please. We are still on the nuclear technology and NOM program, and so the 2 previous targets I was speaking to relate to the NOM program. So this is the naturally occurring radioactive material. That was the mines and the small operators and the scrap handlers and all of that. And then these 2 targets that you see on the screen relates to the NTWP subprogram, which is the one that actually exercises oversight of the Pelindaba and Falkputs facilities. And the reviews and assessment in that regard, we had planned 429, and we were able to do 552. And again, the additional reviews are as a response to urgent submissions that are submitted by the authorization holder being NECSA. And under NTN, we were also looking at issues related to indoor radon control. We have undertaken some surveys. From the surveys, which would lead to us being able to complete a report and make recommendations about possible need or not for indoor radon controls in South Africa. So we had a report with recommendations that we needed to generate and submit this to the board, and hopefully in the future, we are still continuing with some surveys, but hopefully in the future we will be able to, as provided for in the NNR Act, to be able to advise the minister on whether or not there needs to be controls instituted to control indoor radon in public buildings in South Africa. So we completed that report, and that represents 100% of the activities we had planned. Next slide, please. We have program 4, which is regulatory improvement and technical services. And under this program, this is where we have our radio analytical laboratory in Pretoria, which is situated in Pretoria. And since its establishment, we have been undergoing a process to accredit different methods. So in the 2024-25 financial year, we planned to apply for extension of scope so that we could add uranium, radium, and thorium in water, which would be analyzed using alpha spectrometry. We are happy to report that we have completed this application to SANAS to have our scope extended for us to be accredited to undertake alpha spectrometry of the listed isotopes. And then we had an output related to small modular reactors. I have had this being mentioned during the SANEDI presentation, as well as the presentation from NECSA. So for the last 5 years or so as the NNR, we have also been looking at issues related to SMR so that we can ensure that in the event that these are the technologies that the operators or the government would like to see deployed in South Africa, that as a regulator, we are then ready to play our part. So our report on the readiness to regulate SMRs was compiled. Next slide, please. We also have our Center for Nuclear Safety and Security, under which we have been implementing piloting a plan, which also included piloting whether or not we can generate enough services to be able to charge the sector or whoever wants to use these services and be able to generate some revenue. So in this reporting period, we were due to then compile a report that gives the outcomes of piloting this funding model. And this report was compiled. And after that, we have also undertaken a CNSS assessment to assess the CNSS as an idea that we have had and implemented since 2016, so that we are able to, as decisions are made on how to proceed following the implementation of the funding model, whether or not there is a need to change or refine anything in the model that we have used in the establishment of the CNSS. So with that, I have spoken to the line below, which deals with the funding model and costing structure that we completed. Next slide, please. On this slide is really an explanation of these 4 indicators that were partially achieved. And I must apologize for the 85 to 89%. It's really 85 to 99% at the NNR. If it is not 100%, it is not green. So anything that is below 100%, but up to 85, is we indicate it as amber on our indicator system. And I would not like to repeat these notes. Chairperson, I had already spoken to why we did not complete those 4 items. So I will move to the next slide. which is where we start with the reporting on the annual financial statements. And with your permission, Chairperson, I'm going to hand over to the CFO, Mr. Dumisani Maluleke, to take us through. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CEO, and thank you, Chair, as well as good afternoon to the members of the Portfolio Committee, as well as colleagues on the call. On the financial aspect, I will quickly go and start with the financial highlights. Our total revenue for the current year is sitting at 350 million. That is a marginal increase of 1%, following the increase of 6.5% that was granted by the Minister. The reason of the marginal increase is because we've lost certain revenue because of special projects that were undertaken, which came to an end, part of it, which is the LTO that has been spoken about. On the expenditure side, our expenditure grew by 5% to 315 million from last year of 300 million. It is consistent with inflation, which is marginally above inflation of 3.2%. Then the surplus for the period, it's declined from 45 to 34 million. The reason, as I've indicated, with a special project that came to an end has resulted in the surplus going down. I must also emphasize on this part that we generate our own revenue. So the surplus is reinvested back into the NNR to be able to keep us liquid, because a significant portion of our revenue, it's own generated revenue. Then our operating cash flow declined as a result to 45 million. Then the total asset at the end of the year was sitting at 345 million, which is an increase of 11%. Earlier, Chairs indicated that we completed the Cape Town office building, which we've since capitalized. Hence, you see the assets increasing by 11%. Liabilities, it's sitting at 50 million, which increased slightly to 50 million as a result of our normal short-term employee benefits, including leave provisions. Then the total worth of government has increased by 13%, which is our net asset value, to 297 million. Then our ability to generate cash flow, it's sitting at 22 million, meaning that we are able to convert all the revenue that we've built into cash so that we are able to operate. On the next slide, it is the statement of financial position, which reflect on our financial standing as at 31st March. The total receivables account for 1% of our total assets and has increased year on year by 55%. The cash and cash equivalent makes up 59%, which confirms that we are financially liquid to be able to honor the financial obligation as they become due. With the property, plant and equipment having increased, accounting for the 39% of the total assets, increased by 9% year on year because of the office that we've recently completed and capitalized. Our payable from exchange payables, which in the main comprises of the amount that is owed to suppliers that have rendered services to the NNR. During the year, we received 2,822 valid invoices, which we've processed them within 30 days, and we've paid our service providers in line with legislation. On average, we paid within 5 days, meaning that we ran weekly payments at the end of the week, and we're able to honor the obligation to service providers. The employee benefit obligation accounts to 33% of our total debtors, total liabilities, with 2% increase over the years. It is because we've since some of the employee went on pension, that has resulted in the liability marginally increasing. On the next slide, it is the statement of financial performance. The statement of financial performance indicates that our total revenue has increased from 344 to 349 million, with authorization fees being the significant portion of our revenue at 68%. The application, being the second largest income, has increased by 9% year on year and by 6% on average over the years. The application, it's in the main for processing the Denefontein site license for Eskom, as well as the FacePent. Then other income has increased by 50%. This is because the IEA, being our partner organization, which we are the member, we contributed assets worth 1.7 million. This to be used at the lab so that we can do sample analysis and validation of certain samples that have been collected. Then the government allocation declined by 5% year on year because of the cabinet decision to reduce costs on the nationwide budget cuts that was implemented. So as a result, the allocation declined. The composition of employees as well has increased in line with inflation, marginally by 1% on average, and then 5% over the period. Then we've realized that some authorization holders were facing challenges and difficulties, and some have been liquidated, some surrendered their licenses, and as a result, we had to write off debts equaling 10 million rand as a result. Then the goods and services increased by 8%, which is more aligned to the inflation. Then on the next slide, it's the budget comparing revenue to the actual. We estimated to receive total revenue of authorization to 236 million, which we collected in line with our estimation. That is as well for the application fees, we collected exactly what we estimated. Other income, as I've indicated, it was a bit higher because of the contribution that we got from the IEA in terms of the assets that we received. Then the interest, we collected more than what we estimated, despite the interest rate decline that the Reserve Bank has cut over the quarters of the previous financial year. Then the government allocation, we've received exactly what the government has promised. Then on the next slide, it is the expenditure comparison to budget. The compensation of employees, we were marginally below budget by 1% to what we've estimated. Then the lease rental and operating lease was below budget because the office in Cape Town was completed, and then we stopped leasing or we terminated the lease that was we're renting the building in Cape Town. Then the goods and services, we were below budget. In the main, it's because we anticipated the legal challenge relating to the LTO to gain traction, but however, it did not progress as we estimated. Also, we spent funds towards the special project for the LTO by contracting consultant for specialized technical skills, which we do not have in the NNR. So as a result, we didn't spend much because the project is coming to an end. Then on the next slide, it's the financial highlights on the audit outcomes. We maintain our clean audit for the current financial year, building up on the last year's clean audit, which is the fourth consecutive year. In the current year, there were no material irregularities which were identified by management or by the AGSA. So we are happy to report that. As well as the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, there's nothing that has been identified by management or by the AGSA to report in the current year. We do not have any irregular or irregular expenditure that was identified by management or reported on by the AGSA. I will hand over back to CEO and the Chair if there's anything they will want to add. Thank you, Chairperson and the members.
Thanks. It's back to the Chairperson. Thank you.
Chairperson? Chairperson? Rico.
Chair, we're waiting on you. She is on the platform.
Rico, maybe you can call her, or else we can maybe proceed with the questions.
Yeah. That's fine, Mr. Nkosi.
Honorable members, I think we can maybe proceed while Ariko is trying to get hold of chair. I see there are hands of Honorable Wayne Thring and Honorable Malem, Honorable Paulson. Can we maybe, in that order, proceed with our questions and comments? Thank you, Honorable members.
Thank you, Acting Chair. So, Acting Chair, let me firstly welcome the presentation, as well as the clean audit. It is good to see the different entities that are able to obtain clean audits and set the pace for those that are struggling. Let me get to my questions. The first question is, has the NNR had any safety breaches that it's come across at any of the nuclear power plants to date? Second question, it's been reported that the safety technology used to monitor cracks in the containment dome of Koeberg Unit 2 has been non-functional. This obviously may be viewed as a challenge to the NNR's vision, mission, and value statements, as the Koeberg Unit 2 is applying for a 20-year extension of its license. So what is the NNR's response to these reports? And how is it, if it is at all, related to your 35 out of 41 planned inspections undertaken? And was this report that I've mentioned with regards to the safety technology to monitor the cracks, was this covered in your safety report submitted to the board? Then on your annual performance information report, program 1, with regards to administration, saw a 3% deviation because of scheduling challenges of the training service provider. What steps are being taken to prevent such occurrences so that in this particular program you're able to see a 100% target reached? Then what are the main reasons for the decline in the surplus by 23% as compared to 2024? And then lastly, Acting Chair, I would like to know what are the circumstances surrounding the 10 million debt write-off? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Thring. Honorable Malem.
Thank you, Chair. Let me pick up where Honorable Thring left off on the 10 million rand debt write-off. So in the presentation, the NNR cites that the write-off was for licensees under liquidation, surrender, or revocation, and it represents a 1,456% average increase in written off debt over a 5-year period. That's massive. 1,456% increase in written off debt. Now, it suggests two things. It suggests, well, first of all, it suggests systemic failure in two areas, because you're proactively revoking licenses for financially unstable entities in the norm sector. And secondly, it's a failure to ensure compliance and collect revenue, which risks allowing financially non-viable operations to continue handling radioactive material, creating potential long-term risks for the state to then be liable for cleaning up because they're no longer able to pay for it. So my question is this: what is the NNR doing to assess the financial viability of these operations before they get into trouble? What are you doing to ensure that you get your license fees before we have to write off this debt and creating a burden on the taxpayers? Then I also want to pick up on something else that Honorable Thring spoke about, and that is the the missed performance objective of planned inspections. And it's reported that only 35 out of 41 planned inspections were completed. Now, the NNR states that this deviation was offset by 15 reactive inspections related to outage delays and LTO safety requirements. But what that tells us is that the NNR is intervening after problems are identified rather than preventing those problems from occurring. Those 41 planned inspections are meant to be proactive and preventative. They're not meant to be replaced by reactive inspections. They're supposed to take place anyway to prevent those reactive interventions being required. So I think you failed here, and I think there's more that needs to be done to ensure that you have those planned inspections, even if you have to react and do a reactive inspection. The next one, and again, Honorable Thring touched on it. He spoke about the cracks in the containment dome, but really, this is hugely problematic. The integrated leak rate tests that were not conducted on the regular basis that was required, they are absolutely critical for confirming containment integrity. And they've been postponed until 2026, which means that the NNR is being asked to make a life extension decision without up-to-date information. You're operating in the dark, and you're expected to then say, yes, you can go ahead, even though we haven't seen the data. Now, that's not acceptable either. So how do you propose to ensure, firstly, that you have accurate information, and secondly, how do you propose to even conduct those tests, or to conduct, how do you propose to undertake a decision in the absence of that data? You can't project from what you see in the Netherlands or France or in Unit 1 onto Unit 2. You have to have the information on that containment dome. So I have a huge problem with that, which brings me to my next point. You spoke about the board's composition and the vacancies on the board, and there are 2 vacancies that were reported as at the end of the financial year. And the one has been vacant for 3 years. And I'm pointing a finger here at Minister Mantashe, because he's the person who fired the community representative on the board. Now, the community representative and the labor representative are there for a specific purpose. They are there to bring the views of affected communities, directly affected communities, into the thinking of the board, and to balance both technical safety with public health. It's to serve as the voice of the public on a highly technical board. It creates legitimacy and trust. It provides oversight on how you manage decommissioning and waste. It provides oversight on the decision-making process that happens inside the board. And by not having those people on board and undertaking these decisions like an LTO extension, you are saying, well, you know what? They're not important. And the exact opposite is true. And the same is true with the labor representatives, who are there to ensure that there is a safety culture at the coalface of a nuclear operation. They're there to ensure that there's oversight over operational risk and to ensure good governance and competency within the organization. And the delay in filling those 2 statutory roles effectively leaves the board unbalanced. It lacks direct feedback from channels from the 2 key non-licensee stakeholders that are most affected by the NNR's regulatory decisions. So I understand that you have got a legal opinion that you are correct. I don't dispute that you are correct. What I'm questioning is whether you are legitimate. And I don't believe that you are, and I believe that this is a potential risk that could see decisions of the NNR taken on review. Now, I've been raising this issue for over a year. In fact, I've been raising it for over 2 years, and it's been ignored. It's been ignored by the ministers, and it's been ignored by the NNR. It is not acceptable. The other question that I had, sorry, just give me a second here. I'm just finding my notes. So we note that you're preparing readiness reports on SMRs, but you failed to meet your target for the workplace skills plan and the competency migration plan. So my question is, within the NNR, what is the specific deficit in highly specialized skills? For example, reactive physics, aging management, etc., within the NNR? And what steps are you taking to fill those gaps to make sure that you have the capacity to effectively regulate both Koeberg's LTO and the future nuclear build program, as well as the other nuclear facilities that are in operation around the country? I'm thinking Safari 1, I'm thinking MPR, I'm thinking NRWDI, and I'm thinking the various norm operations. Thank you, Chair. That's my question at this time.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Ngosi. I was on the line, but unfortunately it couldn't unmute me, but I'm fine now. I had to restart it. Thank you very much, Honorable Mylem. Then the following Honorable is not Honorable Paulson. Am I audible, Honorable members?
Yes, Chair. No, it's Mr. Paulson who must unmute.
Okay.
My apologies. I'm now on mute. Thank you, Ms. Hono and Mr. Maluleki, for the presentation. A few short questions, Chairperson. So the NNR has a critical mandate, and yet there are 2 vacancies on the board of directors which were allowed to persist until the end of the 24-25 financial year. So, and what mitigation measures were in place to ensure full governance oversight was maintained? And then the management demographic data shows a male percentage of 70% and a female percentage of 30%. How does the NNR intend to address this gender disparity in management to align with the values of excellence, integrity, openness, and transparency? And then 2 other members have already addressed the issue of the 6 planned nuclear power plant inspections that did not take place, and the NNR has achieved 85.4% of target. But I'd like to emphasize, or you know, they've moved from proactive planned inspections to reactive interventions. How has this affected overall nuclear safety assurance, especially regarding the long-term operation commitments? And then the achievement of 97% implementation for the employee mitigation plan was hampered by 3 missed training sessions due to the service provider either rescheduling or there's clashing work commitments. What immediate operational changes will be implemented to prevent essential learning and development targets from being compromised by logistical failures in future reporting periods? And then the last question, Chairperson. The NNR readiness report on small modular reactors was compiled and as planned. What specific budget allocations or funding plans are required for the NNR to execute the necessary implementation steps to ensure full readiness for regular SMR, to regulate SMRs effectively in the next financial year? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Paulson. Honorable Vusi.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I just wanted to check with NNR that between the NNR's role as an independent regulator and the government pressing need for energy security, for instance, the Quebec LTO and the new nuclear build, did AG also confirm on their findings or report that the final regulator decision on Quebec Unit 2 LTO was actually made with maximum independence and technical certainty, and that the safety was the overriding factor, not political or economic pressure, and that all public concerns incorporated were addressed? That is the first question, Chair. On the Chair, small modular reactors, I wanted to check what specific measurable targets were set in 2024-2025 financial year to upskill the NNR personnel and update regulatory guidelines as to handle the licensing and oversight of small modulator reactors or other non-traditional nuclear facilities. The last question, Chair, is that while performance targets were reached, like the number of inspections and all that, what is the qualitative assessment of the safety culture and performance at the major license sites? And what metrics are used to measure the actual reduction in nuclear and radiation risk? Those are my questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Seemingly there is also no other hand. So let's give over to NNR to respond.
Thanks, Chair. I think I will take 2 questions and then allow the CEO and the CFO to respond. I will take the question that is regarding the vacancies on the board of directors, the labor representative, as well as the community representative. In the government gazette and the newspapers, I think the last month or 2, the advert which gazetted for the nomination of these 2 vacancies was issued by the department. So one hopes that that process would be finalized so that the vacancies could actually be filled. As honorable members, also they will acknowledge the fact that, for instance, as the chairperson of the board, my responsibility, obviously, if there's a vacancy, is to advise the minister that there is a vacancy, and then the department will follow the processes which are required in terms of advertising. From an NRR perspective, there is nothing more that we can do in terms of appointing board members, because that authority lies with the minister. From where I'm sitting, I am happy that the advert for the nomination of these 2 vacancies has been gazetted and also in the newspapers. In terms of how do you balance the views of the communities, more especially as it relates to the LTO application, I just want to assure members from where we're sitting as a board that for us to make the decision, for instance, on the LTO, the NNR Act gives the board the discretion to conduct a public hearing if it considers it appropriate, so that it can get directly the views from the public. So as a nuclear regulator, we have exercised that discretion of going for the public hearing to hear directly from those communities who may be affected by the LTO application. So from where we are sitting, even though that member who might be representing communities was not on the board, but we have managed to get all the input from those who may be affected by our application. As I've indicated, we have conducted public hearing in the Northern Cape. We also conducted public hearings in the Western Cape. So from that perspective, I can say we have managed to mitigate the risk of missing out the community input. On the question of the NNR's role regarding government pressing political and public pressure as to whether the AGSA has confirmed whether the decision was made independently. From where we are sitting, the AGSA is required to audit the NNR's mandate, which we present in terms of the annual performance report. Key project we disclose there, even the LTO project is disclosed there. So the AG will look at the process, and if they are satisfied that everything has been done, then there will be no finding. If there's no finding, it means we have complied with all what we are required to comply. Because from where any organ of state that is exercising its power in terms of arriving at a decision, the requirement from a constitutional imperative is that the decision that we make must be lawful, the decision must be rational, and the decision must follow due processes. From where we are sitting, we have followed all these constitutional imperative in terms of arriving at a decision for Unit 1 LTO. So that's why, as a board, we are comfortable that we have complied with the Constitution as well as the NNR Act. I'll then give to the CEO and the CFO to address the rest of the question. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. CEO.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Mr. Pili. There was a question from Honorable Tring about whether or not there has been any safety breaches at the power plant to date. There has not been any breach. The NNR has safety standards and regulatory practices which detail the limits that the authorization holders need to comply with, and we have not had the operator breach these standards. Then there was a question about Koeberg Unit 2 and whether or not I think it's the integrated leak rate test is covered in the report that we submitted to the board. Chair, I can indicate that the integrated leak rate test on Unit 2, Eskom has made the submissions recently to the NNR, in addition to other tests that they have conducted. And these submissions are part of the review that we are currently undertaking. And so as I sit here today, that is work in progress. Chairperson, documentation is under review, and our findings will be detailed in the safety evaluation report that we will submit to the board. on that particular matter. I'm going to leave the questions around surpluses and debt write-offs to the CFO. So I'm going to proceed to the questions from questions related to scheduling challenges with service provider. There's a question about what are we going to do. The members would have observed that yes, we missed achievement of these particular training interventions, and these were on what you would call, the softer side of things. These are people management, stress management, and some people that had identified negotiation skills as that they are missing in their toolkit. You will see that it is not core technical training that was missed. We ensure that does not those kind of training interventions are not do not fall victim to postponements and those kind of things. And we use our bilateral partners, the International Atomic Energy Agency, to be able to undertake. But that is not to say that these soft skills interventions are not important. Of course they are. People get stressed, and we need to make sure that they are capacitated with the right tools to manage this. We have managers in the organization, they are managing people. Some of these staff members have been, recently appointed into these roles. So this is part of how the organization supports the people in their different roles. So post-March 2025, these were rescheduled and undertaken. But of course, we had to report on what was the situation as at the end of March. What we try and do is also not to leave training for the last quarter of the year, because of course life happens, reschedulings, will take place. But we believe that when our training interventions scheduled for Q1, Q2, and Q3, in the event that the postponements, we have allowed ourselves enough time to be able to get to the financial year having completed that which we intended. Then there was a question from Honorable Mailam on us using the 15 reactive inspections to offset what we did not achieve. No, in fact, we do not offset, hence why the calculated performance is based on the 35/41. I'm sorry. If we had replaced the unachieved with the reactive inspections, we would have actually achieved over 100% for that particular item. But no, we do not use them to replace. Honorable Malham and committee members, it is the same inspectors, it is the same teams that undertake this work. So if, for instance, in the outage schedule as put out by ESCOM, something else happens where, say, they find that maybe there is a weld that is not done correctly, they will of course not be able to proceed with the further steps. But once they stop the work, they require the approval of the regulator, once they have resolved whatever had stopped their work, to proceed to the next steps. So it is not that we cannot react to that, but if you are using the same people, it would mean that therefore they might not necessarily then be able to, at that particular point, undertake that planned activity that was planned for that day, because now they have to react to this other situation that is happening on the plant. So this is what we mean by the regulator being reactive, but it is not that when we have responded to an urgent need at a site of a holder, be it a NECSA or ESCOM, or the authorization holders on the norm side, that therefore we say, no, we have planned this work and we are unable to respond to something urgent happening on a plant. We have to respond, but we then make sure that in our reporting, we correctly reflect where we have had that kind of work being done. And we because of course, in terms of the expectation of how we should report from the AG, it is that if there is something we have done, we must report it. But aligned with that, it is that where we had planned and we did not, we reflect that so that the reporting to the committee and in our annual report is accurate, that we did not achieve 6 of the 41, but we are not quite about what else then we have done in that period. But then we do not go on further to claim it as 100% achievement. We cannot. Then there was a question about specific gaps in the skills, specifically the ones to regulate nuclear safety. As an organization, we have the requisite skills to be able to regulate the sector. Where we require an in-depth review into, say, some area of speciality that we may not possess, we are able to contract such specific work through what is called technical support organizations. And the establishment of the CNSS in 2016, it is to ensure that with time, South Africa has got its own technical support organization to be able to provide this kind of service. So what we currently do now is we can contract the work out to a technical support organization. In some cases, if it is a question that we can raise with our regulatory counterparts in other parts of the world, we also use that mechanism. I will skip the questions about board vacancies. Then there's a question from Honorable Paulson about how, as an organization, we plan to manage or deal with the gender disparity at management levels. Indeed, Honorable Paulson, this is something that we have reported to the board, and the board, even ourselves, that we are very much concerned about it. There has been concerted efforts in the organization to do what we call succession plans. And in that, we also look at the gender breakdown in the different levels. And the concern has been raised about this disparity, but also we have identified possible successors. It is also because at that level, we have a few positions. One, they are highly technical. They are occupied by people that have been in the organization 15, nearly 20 years, some of them over 20 years. And I think the most challenging thing is that they are few in number. There's about 6 or 7 positions I can check. And so short of, at this point, retirements or exits for any other reasons, that's when we would probably have an opportunity to look to fill in those with female successors. But in our succession plan, we are trying to make sure that we are developing and supporting females to be able to undertake those roles as and when they become vacant. Then there was a question on, so I've spoken about the workplace skills plan and how we are dealing with the operational challenges there. There is a question about budget required for regulation of SMRs in 2025-6. I will leave this one to the CFO, except to indicate that so much of this work that we have done is and Honorable Ngozi asked about the measurable targets. It related to us looking at our regulatory framework today and saying and looking at some of the what are called tech docs, technical documents that are produced by the IAEA, looking at issues related to regulation of SMRs. So what we do is we use those kind of information documents to look at our regulatory framework to say, where are the gaps? What do we need put in place well in time before these SMRs reach our shores in the way of decisions to possibly construct any in South Africa. So we look at what are the gaps in our regulatory framework that we need to close for us to be ready to regulate SMR. So we have done that exercise, and we are drafting what is called the General Nuclear Safety Regulations, as well as the specific nuclear safety regulations, in which we have inserted these provisions that then seek to cover, issues that are specific to regulatory oversight of small modular reactors. In terms of upskilling of staff members that are looking specifically at SMRs, we continuously have NNR staff members participate in different activities of the International Atomic Energy Agency related to the small modular reactors, as well as in a formation of regulators that is called the Small Modular Reactor Forum, under the auspices of the International Atomic Energy Agency as well, where it is countries that I think it was established over 10 years ago. These are countries that have always expressed, or regulators that have always expressed an interest in the challenging issues related to different kinds of small modular reactors, and they have we have also participated in this forum so as to keep abreast of developments in the SMR space, as I say, so that we are ready in the event that decisions are made for the construction of small modular reactors in South Africa. Then there is a question about, we have reached the targets, but qualitatively, how do we assess and what are the measures that we use to measure whether there's a reduction in safety? So more than just the compliance assurance program that we have in place, which is the planned inspections in all the facilities that we regulate. Authorization holders have a schedule of, you can call them returns. So these are periodically, depending what kind of facility you are operating, you might have monthly compliance submissions that you need to make to the regulator. They could be quarterly, they could be every 6 months, they could be annual. And these are the kind of submissions that we review under those targets where I spoke about reviews and assessments. So between what you learn about the operations in the facility from the submissions of the authorization holder, which is obligatory documentation returns that they must submit in the periods that are determined, then we have our inspections. And the operators also have self-inspection programs. So we are able to triangulate between these three to be able to judge, sometimes depending on, you would see an authorization holder who, if you take an example of a worker dose report, so this is a report that they must submit to the regulator and indicates what are the doses that the different workers on site were getting in this month. That report must come in. It must come in on time, because what happens is it is used in the preparation of some of these inspections we undertake. So you will receive your report. We are able to, when then we are on site, there's inspection of all your other documentation that eventually you are using to inform the regulator that there was those X. But we will need to see all the underlying documents that speak to that. So this is part of the inspection work that we do. And as I say, between the self-inspection of the operators themselves, our inspections, and the compliance submissions that are submitted, we are able to have a view of whether or not there is deterioration of safety in the operations or not. And so that is the mechanisms that we use. I'm going to pause here and hand over to the CFO to talk to the money issues. And there are these concerns about the debt write-off that we have recorded in this period. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, CEO. If there's any question that I might have missed, my network was just a little bit unstable, but you will indicate. I think the question on debts write-off, I think I need to assure the members that we did not arbitrarily write off debts. These debts are historic, and as part of the clean-up of our debtors group, we went into an exercise of understanding the profile of these debtors, and we found out that some of the owners have since passed on, and then through our collection mechanism, we tried to pursue them legally by involving the lawyers to try and recover some of these debts that are being owed to the NNR. The exercise proved that the debtors collection was so uneconomical that we couldn't collect, because certain debts, like I've indicated, the owners would have passed on, and it is so difficult to piece the corporate veil between the owner and the business in time to going against their assets at an individual level and at the corporate level. Then, in terms of some of the debtors profile here, we pursued them with the legal process, and some who were awarded judgment against them. I'll give an example. There was a holder who was owing 5 million. We successfully pursued them until we awarded judgment, and we collected 2 million out of 5 million. There is arrangement to collect those outstanding amounts, and we are following and monitoring on a regular basis that they still stick to the arrangement as we've agreed between the holder and our lawyers. Then, in terms of the budget allocation for the regulation relating to the SMRs, there is a division inside the NNR or the program called the Regulatory Improvement and Technical Support Services. That is the division that is solely responsible to provide improvement into regulation in the law, including the SMR regulation, which CEO has spoken about already. We do that internally, and where we can't do because of specialized nature, we outsource it out. But most of the work are done internally. The division has been allocated to try to do the improvement, 90 million in the 2025-2026, so that there's an improvement into the technical standards as well as the regulations. They have advanced a lot in terms of that process, like C was indicated. They are currently doing the final steps of the general and specific regulation relating to this process, including the SMRs into the process. On the surpluses, I'm not sure because my network was unstable, but I believe maybe the question was the surplus. I can indicate that the retention of surplus we do with National Treasury. We highlight key projects that currently ongoing. For example, we're currently doing the energy efficiency project to try and make sure that we save on energy, and we engage Treasury on a regular basis to try and show them where the money is spent. The other amount was set aside to complete the Cape Town office project, which we since have completed at budget. Then what we anticipated to go above budget did not materialize because of the cautious manner in which the cost was managed to try and make sure that the building was completed within the budget. So the surplus is reinvested into NNR to try and plug the gap where there's a need for the specific project that are being outlined. Thanks, Chairperson. If I missed anything, you're more than welcome to indicate so that I can address it.
Thank you. I don't think you've missed anything. You tried your level best to answer us. Now, if there are no other hands, let me thank you for availing yourself to be part and parcel of our meeting and also present to us. We appreciate that. We might have more questions than answers. So allow us to ask whenever we think and we sleep over on other things and write to you. Thank you very much. You are released so that we can get another entity. Secretary, the next entity is NRWDI. NRWDI. It's not easy for me to pronounce this. NRWDI. NRWDI. Okay. They are present, Secretary, with us?
We are present, Chairperson.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Yes, thanks very much, Honorable Chair and members. Good afternoon and good afternoon, Deputy Minister and colleagues in the room. As is expected, Honorable Chair, we are the last, being the waste disposal bit of the nuclear family. So we would expect to be last on the queue because we deal with the end of life for everyone. So we will try to be as brief as possible. My name is Dora Modise and I'm the board chairperson for NERSA. In this meeting, I've got the CEO, Mr. Ridwan Bakardin. I have the CFO, Mr. Justin Daniel, as well as the Chief Operations Officer, Mr. Alan Carolison. So for the year under review, next slide, CFO. I will just start by giving a brief really overview remarks and then hand over to the CEO to go into the content of the presentation. Next slide. Yes, CEO will then later on hand over to the CFO. 4 key issues I would like to talk to from a board perspective. Firstly, at NRWDI, we have really strengthened the governance processes over the period under review. So we've seen improved institutional stability. You would know, Chairperson, that we've had a vacancy in the executive, the CEO vacancy. We still only have actually, now we have 3 vacancies. So we've had the corporate services executive position that's been vacant around the time that the CEO position was vacant, but we've just made an offer right now. We have, over the past 2 months, 2 executives that have exited, the Chief Technical Officer. Recruitment for that is underway. And the other one is the executive responsible for compliance. He has had to step down due to medical reasons, and recruitment for that position is also underway. From the board perspective, the board has also been fairly stable. It has operated with 1 vacancy from the word go, which we've struggled to get it filled. But however, we do have balanced skills basis within the board itself. We've also seen improvement on board oversight. Honorable members would recall the turbulent times we've had, which would have meant that the board would have overreached itself a bit into operations matters. But we've seen over the past year that the board is now stepping back to operate from more of an oversight function perspective. CEO, I don't know what happened. I think you've somehow reduced the window of the presentation. Then the second key issue is on financial sustainability. We have maintained our clean audit record. However, from a funding model perspective, we are still a bit worried, given that the establishment of the Radioactive Waste Management Fund is still delaying, still a bit of a challenge. We are working with the department on that to try and really understand and see whether this part can be really accelerated, or the progress on this can be accelerated to ensure that we are more secure from a funding and financial model perspective. But with that in mind, we've also looked at strengthening our model itself, including through different partnerships. So the engagements that's been happening, especially with the new CEO coming on board, is to mainly try and see if we can bring in more implementation partners that would assist whilst we await the Radioactive Waste Management Fund to come into force. The third key issue I wanted to talk to is on operational excellence. This didn't happen during the year under review, the receipt of the NIL 43 license from the regulator, but however, all the preparatory processes happened during that time. So we've really, I think the team has really pulled through amazingly well to get the license sorted. It has been issued now, and the transition processes with NECSA are underway. So still with that, we are actually quite excited that we are fully taking over Valputs that is well operated. So Valput has maintained a very compliant radioactive waste management infrastructure and processes. So we are not really taking over a problematic deliverable or delivery area. So we will then be maintaining and probably even excelling, especially in the new infrastructure programs that we will be implementing, to make sure that we fully utilize the Valputs facility as expected, and CEO will get into some of the details in terms of our plans there. The fourth issue I wanted to talk to on my overview remarks is stakeholder confidence. We are now really have managed to deepen and continue to do that, collaboration with key stakeholders as well as communities to ensure transparency and trust. So now that we now have the Valputs operating license, the NIL 43, we are able to now get into stakeholders around Valputs and ensure that we build a solid relationship and are able to address their issues. But over and above that, there is the stakeholders from within the nuclear family, but even outside our borders. Next slide. As a highlight, performance for the year under review is standing at 79%, which is a 3% improvement from 2023-24. CEO will talk to the areas of underperformance and what would have led to that and how we are currently implementing measures to correct or corrective measures to ensure that we move more towards a proper or a full 100% performance percentage. Expenditure is at around 96%. We just have a slight expenditure. I'm running out of battery power. I'll change gadgets, but that is mainly around savings in the personnel costs due to vacancies. And as I've said, a clean audit outcome with no material findings. I will now, maybe next slide, CFO. I will now hand over to the CEO to add some detail into those key highlights that I've given, and then I can come back towards the end with the closure. Thank you. Over to you, CEO.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon all. Honourable Chair, honourable members of the Portfolio Committee, the Honourable Deputy Minister, and all colleagues and attendees of the Portfolio Committee. It is an honour to be able to present our annual report performance from the last year. So NRWDI, being a fairly new organisation, has effectively been up and running since about 2016, based on the National Radioactive Waste Disposal Act. So it's important, I think, to always just reflect on what the role of the organisation is and where it is mandated from. So that act was instituted in 2009 and responsible for disposal of radioactive waste on a national basis. So that includes the Valputs facility. We see an image there with the yellow waste disposal packages, low and intermediate level waste that's stored there at the moment, or at present, as it has been for 39 years since the facility was first put in operation in 1986. Also, interestingly enough, it's the NRWDI is one of the only African waste disposal institute established and reflects South Africa's leadership in the nuclear energy space, that we have been dealing with radioactive waste over the last 4 decades already, associated with Koeberg as well as NECSA operations. So we have a board that's appointed by the Minister of Energy and Electricity as the executive authority, and that acts in accordance with the NERWDI Act. So in addition to the low-level waste that we see there that we have been managing for the last 40 years, we also have the mandate for all other radioactive waste, which includes disposal of things like used fuel, which has not been done up to date at our facilities. So that facility still will need to be developed, constructed, and put into operation, as well as other forms of waste. So and that's part of the focus of the organization and where we are headed to now, having received the license in July of this year. So this just basically just shows the organization, a fairly small organization at present, 35 employees. We will shortly, by the end of this financial year, also assume responsibility for all of or transfer all of the employees that currently or previously have been reporting into NECSA as part of the license that we now hold for Valputs, that 25 employees will come over. In addition, going forward with the facilities that needs to be put into place for storage and long-term disposal of additional waste sources, including the used fuel, that organization will be required to grow and also to execute the full mandate of the organization as espoused in the NRWDI Act. So I'll go straight into the annual performance plan and talk to what that looks like. So 79%, maybe I should start off by saying that both the board and the executive team, we are not pleased with 79% performance. Yes, we note it's been a somewhat slight increase and reflecting the stabilization in the organization. Going forward, however, the message has been said quite clearly that we need to see improved performance. So we need to target well above 90% for achievement of all of the annual performance targets. And the areas that we fell short on was in program 1 and 2, which is administration and the operations area that I'll refer to in the next slides. So here we can just see a slight improvement from 2023-24. But really, for me, improvement is good, but it also reflects the measures taken in the previous financial year have been effective in stabilizing activities. So I'll go straight into the programs. There are 4 programs that NRWDI manages. The first one being the administration area, which includes strategic planning, risk management, running the board, communications, which is critical for an organization of our nature. Of course, finance and supply chain management. And the intent here is, and the outcome is to ensure efficient and cost-effective operations in compliance with good corporate governance. In this area also, this program, we do have corporate services, which includes HR and legal, IT, and facilities. So straight into the program 1, performance against our predetermined objectives. The first one talks to having put together a financial sustainability plan, and the chair spoke about the reality that for the work that we require to do, we need to have developed a financial sustainability plan, looking at all of the options that are open to the organization for obtaining finances and funding for those activities. So up to now, the organization has been funded through the fiscus from National Treasury through a grant, as well as some insurance or interest that's accrued on our surplus, and that has been the source of funding for the organization. Going forward, we will though need to find mechanisms to be able to execute our capital expansion projects, and that is where we've now developed this financial sustainability plan. And in the current year, with that plan developed, we are now executing that to obtain those funding mechanisms. Right, so that target was achieved. In addition, good supply chain management. The organization has prided itself on that and ensuring that as part of that, we also then deal with paying suppliers appropriately within time frames, and that target was achieved. So now I'm going to talk to a target that was not achieved. It's around the percentage of women at executive and senior management levels, and this target was not achieved. Unfortunately, there was recruitment activities was not able to identify a suitable candidate for the executive position that we sought to fill in the last year. And yes, there weren't many vacancies at the time as well to pursue this target. I'm pleased to say, though, that we've gone back to the market. We've now, and from the 1st of November of this year, we've managed to secure candidates. So that number will change. We can expect now to be 25% going forward. However, that's not quite where we want to be. So we'll continue focusing. We also now have the opportunity with the availability of vacant positions, and we've got 2 executive management positions currently that we are recruiting for. So there's the opportunity to make a real difference here, to obtain to move the needle. So while that target was not achieved last year, that still gets the attention this year. Some other areas where we've seen good performance was around our IT strategy and implementation plan, aligned with the growth that the organization needs to go through in terms of taking over the license for FALPIT, as well as the additional projects that we are tasked with, which includes the storage of spent fuel at a central facility, but also managing of waste in support of Koeberg's long-term operations over the next decade, that will be moving from the Koeberg facility. And that is an important aspect for Koeberg's long-term operational plans that we need to support them on. Then knowledge management systems have been developed, and we have an approved knowledge management system that's been put in place. We are currently now implementing that system, critical for an organization where we deal with products that needs to be managed, and we need to have the skills, ensure we have the skills that can manage this for an extended period of time. We talk decades and hundreds of years in terms of the activities and the considerations for the materials we deal with. Then also partnerships and collaborations, and working with academic institutions within South Africa and internationally, as well as the waste agencies and the IAEA as well. We've put together a framework for implementation of the collaboration agreements, and we now have a number of memorandums of understanding and with both with local universities as well as the international counterparts. And very important that we do share learning with those counterparts, and hence this activity has moved fairly well. We are now working with those counterparts, and the intent is to get benefit, to reduce the cost of our activities, to improve the knowledge that's available in the space of radioactive waste management and some of the challenging topics that we deal with in that space. Then we achieved the target in terms of public awareness initiatives, and the brand strategy implementation plan. However, we did implement or develop we developed the brand strategy plan. So that was approved towards the end of the financial year. Unfortunately, it was fairly late in the year, and due to some delays that occurred there, in the approval of the strategy, were unable to timeously go and implement that brand strategy plan. So that work's proceeding this year, but that target was not achieved for that reason. I'm pleased to say, and as already discussed by the board chair, we achieved an unqualified audit report for 2023-24, and also for last year. We've now confirmed that another unqualified and clean audit report was achieved. So this is an area where it reflects good governance within the organization, and for me, it's always a strong base from which to now go and do the additional activities that needs to be implemented. And yes, NRWDI has actually achieved 8 clean audits. So reflecting that focus on good governance and financial prudence. A target not achieved during last year was the approval of the ethics framework, and that was really due to high attrition in the functional area responsible for this activity, and we still have not filled that vacancy, although currently we are in the market to bring in the board secretary to assist who has this responsibility to implement the ethics framework for the organization. And then finally, in the administrative area, which is where most of the targets were, so the rest shouldn't take as long as this, the legislative compliance register was put in place. So we've identified 16 pieces of legislation that we will be reviewing and assessing against over the next few years to ensure legislative compliance within the organization, and that is now being implemented following the completion of the register and the initial report. We'll then move on to Program 2, which talks to radioactive waste operations. And really this is around the facilities that we manage and management of all of the radioactive activities on behalf of government as well, which includes the development of radioactive waste management plans for things like ownerless radioactive waste. And then also providing information to the public and all stakeholders around the facilities on all aspects of radioactive waste management. So in terms of performance in this area, we achieved and were compliant with 100% compliance with our waste acceptance criteria for all of the packages that were delivered to the facility. So that's very important for us. Non-compliance here is not tolerated at all, and also very strictly controlled by the nuclear regulator. So we are very pedantic in terms of ensuring that we inspect all facilities or all waste packages prior to leaving the waste generators, which is NECSA and ESCOM facilities, to ensure that the packages are fully compliant before they get shipped and before we accept them at the Falpits facility. Right, and then in terms of the physical security upgrade, this target and the implementation plan for that, we had a target to establish the requirements for the upgrades and as well as the implementation plan. And the implementation plan was not completed, however. We are still awaiting the regulations for critical infrastructure to be promulgated. And I think the learning here also was to not be dependent or ensure that our targets are not dependent upon regulations that may be outside of the control of our organization to actually go and get those promulgated. So we do still await the regulations to be promulgated, and it will be a requirement for the upgrade of the Falpits facility for our project on the storage of our central interim storage facility for used nuclear fuel that we are currently busy with and needs to be implemented in the next 5 years. Then the final item under the Program 2 was the draft National Waste Inventory Report that was developed last year for the first time, and really is the inventory of all the radioactive waste throughout the country. That was a significant milestone, and this report now will be produced on a routine basis going forward. Right, then on to Program 3, which is the purpose of this program is to develop and implement technologies as well as facilities for all classes of radioactive waste, where specifically those that do not have disposal infrastructure at the moment. And this specifically includes the disposal of spent nuclear fuel. And this is done through our Science, Engineering and Technology Division. And their role is to investigate the need for those facilities, to do research and development, and to also publish a report on the inventory and location of waste. So important here, the main activity that this function is responsible for at present, and the key activity for the country, will be the establishment of what is called a Central Interim Storage Facility, or the CISF project, for storage of used fuel. Once it has been removed from the site of the waste generator, which would be ESCOM, Koeberg, or NECSA. And in last year, the revised Central Interim Storage Facility feasibility study draft report was completed. Now, there's additional work that's currently being done through the environmental impact assessment, as well as a preliminary design that we've commissioned in this year, that is required to complete the feasibility stage of this project and will be needed to then move into execution of the project. So as I mentioned, it's quite a big project, around 2 billion rand, to go and establish the facility. And the work is now progressing on that project based on having completed that feasibility study last year. Also established or completed the research and development strategy and implementation plan, which we are now executing, including through those memorandums of agreement with universities and international waste agencies. So finally onto program 4, which deals with radioactive waste compliance, which is really a core mandate of the organization to ensure that we manage radioactive waste in a way that complies with all the quality, health, safety, environmental and nuclear regulatory requirements, which is local as well as international standards and best practices. So this means ensuring we have good institutional control over all repositories, assessing and inspecting all the waste packages to ensure compliance with our waste acceptance criteria and developing criteria for accepting and disposing of waste. So in this area, we've completed all of the compliance audit reports in the last financial year, so that target was achieved, and as well as the inspection reports were all successfully completed. And the integrated management system framework for the compliance, to ensure compliance across the organization, was achieved in last year. And in going forward and in this new financial year, we are busy implementing that integrated management system framework. So that talks to the overall performance against the performance plan from in that financial year 2024-25. Right, I'll move on briefly to the Auditor General's report, which reflected that NRWDI received a clean audit for 2024 to 2025 financial year, and the CFO will also elaborate on some of this, but the annual financial statement fairly represented in all material aspects the financial position of NRWDI as at the end of the financial year and its financial performance and cash flows for the year, in accordance with generally recognized accounting practice and the PFMA. There were no material findings on the usefulness and reliability of the performance reporting, and there were no findings on compliance with any key legislation as set out in the Public Audit Act. So with that, I'm then going to just also, well, this just talks to having had effectively 8 clean audits, but this shows this over the last 5 years. With that, I'll then hand over to the CFO to take us through for the financial report.
Okay.
Thank you, CEO. Good afternoon, Chairperson of the committee and honourable members, as well as Deputy Minister and others present. I just need to share the presentation, CEO. I think it's this one. I'm not sure if it is visible. Hopefully it is visible to everyone.
It is visible, but if you can increase the font.
Okay, I'm trying to
Is that
much better, Chairperson?
That is better, thank you. I think you put it on slideshow now. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. With that, I will proceed. In terms of the financial report, we had an approved budget for the 24-25 financial year of 28.916 million. And the budget was basically comprised of government appropriations of 47.9 million. And that's the main stream of income at this point in time. And that was augmented with other income in the form of interest received, and we budgeted 2 million for that. In terms of the actual revenue recognized in the financial year, the full government grant was allocated to us. That's 47.9 million. And in terms of the interest income, we had derived 3.2 million against a budget of 2 million. So effectively, we had 1.2 million in excess on our income. And that was largely attributed to the fact that we did have a retained surplus amount, and we had put in monies into a call account to generate better interest. And the interest rates had grown from the time we had projected at the beginning of the financial year. We have a balanced budget, and against the balanced budget, the actual expenditure was 50 million. The main cost drivers was the personnel costs, and that's 39.6 million, or that attributed close onto 79% of the budget at this point in time, because it excludes the Falpits operations, and our general expenses makes up 7 million of that budget, which is around 13%, and our leases 1.3 million, which is around 2.6% of the budget. We did have savings on our expenditure, and those savings were largely due to the fact, or the surplus due to the fact that there were vacant positions in the course of that financial year, and a lot of those vacancies have now been filled in the course of the year, as well as in this year, they have been completely filled. And just on a 5-year financial review of the organization, we wanted to show our surpluses over the years, and starting at 2019-20, the surpluses were attributed to the fact that we had not completely filled all of our vacant positions in those years, but also we had budgeted for expenditure related to the license operations. So as part of the process, had we received the license in those financial years, we would have done a tariff review. We would have reviewed the aftercare liability, would have done the safety case assessment. So we had allocated monies for that, which we could not spend at that point in time. But in addition to that, we had accumulated surpluses over the period. And in each financial year, we had requested for the retention of funds, and those funds were granted approval from National Treasury. So just to mention, in the last year, although we had an accumulated surplus of 32 million, if we looked at our 32 million accumulated surplus and we applied the formula from National Treasury, we would have then come down to just about 24.9 million that we would have retained, and we requested approval for that, of which 12.1 million was attributed to commitments or orders, and the other 12.8 million was attributed to critical projects. And we got the approval to meet both the order commitments as well as the critical projects that we applied for in terms of our compelling and credible submission to National Treasury. So we have had the good news of receiving that a week ago to continue with some of the projects that was not funded in the MTF allocation. This slide just shows the assets to the liabilities on the financial position. Although we don't have a very strong balance sheet, our financial position is quite healthy in that if we look at the ratio of the assets to liabilities, it's a 3.512 to 1 ratio. But find that a large portion of that on cash and cash equivalents was also related to a liability. In other words, we would have owed that money to National Treasury had they not supported the 24 million retention. So sitting in the current assets, we have a huge component of 24 million that we had approved in this financial year for continued usage on the projects and the order commitments. So it is not a very strong balance sheet, but certainly is a healthy one, and it shows a going concern as part of where we want to be as an organization. On the statement of financial performance, I spoke to it earlier on in terms of how the budgets were compiled on a break-even process and our spending against the budget. And one can see that the employee-related cost is the top driver, or the top heavy cost driver in the organization. It's currently sitting at about 79%, but once we add in the FALPIT's operations going forward, that reduces to about 60%. So it normalizes when we bring the operations into the books. But at this level, it's the highest cost driver. And what was important to show on this slide was the fact that we did have a surplus at the end of the year, which was attributed to mostly a result of the higher interest that we had received, interest income. So the statement of cash flow again shows us that the top heavy cost is the employee-related costs, but also shows that there is cash and cash equivalents, which we had to apply for at the end of the year, which was granted to us. So it shows a fairly healthy state of affairs in the organization, notwithstanding the fact that at that point in time, we still had to request the retention of funds, which was then granted in October this year. Comparison of actual to budget. This slide shows that we have spent within budget. So as an organization, we did not incur any unauthorized expenditure, that is expenditure that is not budgeted for. And the expenditure on the lines where went into a deficit, such as contracted services and general expenses. There was a reason for that, because there were some approvals granted in the previous year's retention, which cushioned that expenditure at the end of the day and brought it back into the reconciliation for the new request to National Treasury in the 24-25 financial year. The overall comments on the budgets and the MTEF related to the AFS in the annual report. And the last slide, I will hand it back to CEO. Thank you.
Thank you, CFO. So just in conclusion, the achievement of 8 clean audits just shows that resilient commitment towards good governance, financial prudence. With the receipt of the license in earlier this year, we are now ready to operate FALPITs in full compliance with all requirements, best practice and international requirements as well. And we are busy with a transition plan at present with NECSA as the previous license holder to ensure we transfer asset systems and personnel from NECSA without any perturbations through that transition. The previous steps taken by the board, I believe, have been effective in addressing the declining performance, and we've seen stabilization as well as the approval of the license, which I recall board had established a war room at one stage to really go ensure that the license was achieved. So clear expectations have been set by management, and significant and sustained performance improvement is expected in the current and future periods. The establishment of the central interim storage facility by 2030 is a key project, is NRWDI's key project, but also one that is important as a nationally important project in terms of supporting South Africa's long-term nuclear objectives. It's a driver of socio-economic benefits, including poverty alleviation and economic transformation, will create jobs. We expect during operation to have an additional 100 jobs created by this facility, as well as skills development in an area where there's a need for this. So we want to work, and we are working with the communities to ensure that there is a benefit to those communities as well in proximity to this facility in the Northern Cape. And next slide then, CFO. I'm sorry, we lost the CFO there. I think just in conclusion, the transfer of the Falpits license ensures sustainable funding for the Falpits facility. So the principle is that we are remunerated, or it's a cost recovery. That is, we receive funding from from Eskom Koeberg as well as NECSA for storing and disposing of the radioactive waste. So it covers the operational cost, but does not enable construction of the new facilities. So that is being dealt with separately. And I want to elaborate further on that. We are also currently implementing a strategic repositioning plan for the organization to enable the organization and its capability, the culture, the systems within the organization to execute the critical projects and the full mandate of the organization as per the NRWDI Act. With that, Chair, I will then hand back to you to close this out. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, CEO and CFO. Honorable Chairperson and members, we submit. Thank you.
Are you done, Naroti?
Yes, Chairperson. Yes, we concluded our presentation. Over to you.
Hello.
Am I audible?
Yes, you
Hello.
are, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, okay, I'm audible, I think. Yeah. Now let's give over to honorable members to ask questions. Honorable Paulson, followed by Honorable Ngosi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. It's late in the day, and I won't be long. Chairperson, thank you very much for the presentation, Mr. Bakadin and the Chair. I noticed there's a failure to achieve the target for women at executive or senior management levels, and you state this as due to an inability to attract suitable candidates. So what specific targeted strategies beyond basic recruitment efforts is NRWDI now implementing to specifically address the skills and talent gap necessary to meet this transformative objective? And then high attrition in the functional area responsible for ethics and for the ethics framework prevented its approval. So given that Program 1 aims to ensure compliance with good corporate governance principles, what immediate risk does the absence of an approved ethics framework pose, and what mitigate?
Looks like Mr. Paulson was cut off, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Ngosi, followed by Honorable Singh.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I also want to welcome the presentation, Honorable Chair. Chair, I just want to check with NRWDI. Hey, I know it's difficult to pronounce. In your 2024-2025 plan, did you allocate sufficient resources and specific targets for a genuine community level engagement or was it maybe just primarily focused on the generic communications? I just want to check that, have you been able to build trust with communities near existing and planned sites? Secondly, Chair, I want to check if did the expenditure on the capital project, your CISF and your DGR studies align with your budget? Lastly, Chair, I want to check what was the staff turnover rate, especially for scarce technical skills. What specific interventions were implemented as to address the culture of the organization? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable President, thank you, Honorable.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, let me also welcome the presentation, as well as commend NRWDI for the clean audit that was obtained. Chair, my questions, I think the first one is a follow-on to what Honorable Nkosi has just asked. And this is with regards to the delays in the filling of vacancies. And the question is, how has this or these delays in the filling of vacancies impacted the organization? Then, Chair, does NRWDI import or export any radioactive waste? So it's a simple, straightforward question. Is there any monitoring technology that NRWDI has to pick up leaks at Volputs, should any leakage occur? Then one of the targets that I found, Chairs, that has not been achieved is the ethics framework in Program 1. Now, an ethics framework is key to good governance. So what has been done to implement this ethics framework, as this in itself may actually help to prevent the attrition mentioned as a cause to this particular target not being met? And then lastly, Chair, what is the plan to grow or to utilize the accumulated surplus of some 32 million rand? Thank you.
Thank you,
Yeah, I see
Honorable.
I see Mr. Paulson is back on the platform.
I can't hear
I
you.
don't know if he was. I see Mr. Paulson is back on the platform. I don't know if he finished his questioning, Chair.
No, it's the legacy end. It's the legacy
No,
end.
Mr. Paulson. Mr. Paulson, Chair.
Oh.
Yeah, he's back on the platform.
Okay. Okay, Honorable President.
Chair, my apologies. My laptop switched off on me. Chair, no, that was my final question. I just wanted to know the impact of not having that ethics framework in place. Thank you very much.
Okay. Chair, should we respond now?
Chair, are you there?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. I'll just probably talk to one or two issues and then hand over to CEO and CFO. Yes, Honorable Paulson, the target for women at executive levels obviously is something that also concerns us. So from a board perspective, we are keeping an eye on it. I do believe the next executive coming on board is female, so that would also up that percentage. But yes, it has been hard to attract for a number of reasons. Yes, the nuclear space is very male dominated, but we do our best, especially in the technical leadership positions, but we do our best to really try and seek that talent. But then secondly, especially from, for example, we've had a vacancy of a of a board secretary for a while now. It was filled by a female who only lasted 4 months. So our salaries are still very much largely uncompetitive because of where we are sitting. So we are correcting that in the restructuring and processes, and probably we'll need to do a bit of regrading to make sure that we retain, we recruit and retain the talents that we need, and we are able to balance appropriately across the different groupings, and not just gender, also people with living with disabilities and so on. The issue of community engagement, I'll allow the CEO to talk to that, but just to note that, I mean, it's mainly talking around the Valpids facility, which up until now was largely operated by NECSA, and in all the community engagement processes, and NRWDI has been part of those processes, but the planning of it has been happening from that side. So now with the transition, NRWDI will be taking 100% responsibility of that function, which would mean that a more deliberate allocation to those engagements will now happen as of next financial year, with NRWDI being in control. Yes, alignment to budget. CFO will talk about the expenditure and alignment to budget. The last part that maybe I just need to talk to is just to put it on record that NRWDI does not receive, export or import any radioactive waste. The radioactive waste that is at the Valpids or that NRWDI deals with so far is only South Africa based. Thank you. CEO, you might want to touch on one or two issues and maybe give the finance one to the CFO.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And to build on some of the items, or just to maybe give some additional focus in terms of the transformation in terms of the women at executive senior management positions. So yes, we've made progress subsequent to the last financial year. Expect that number now to be at around 25% and increasing. But I think even more, we've also managed to bring in some technical expertise at the next level down. And so the pipeline at the middle manager level is sitting at around 70% women. So that bodes well for future plans in terms of the organization by having that good pipeline. We also have as part of our performance plan for this year, a human capital management strategy that's being driven to really focus on skills development and growth in the organization, talent management, to ensure that we nurture those skills, and also to address maybe the issue of where we may have had attrition as well. The question was asked in terms of the attrition in the area which led to the ethics framework not being developed. What we have done is that in terms of ensuring that we maintain good governance, ethics within the organization, we have had a acting person in that post, and between the chair and myself, we do work very closely with the individual. I think it's pleasing also just the focus of management has led to, I believe, what is an ethical organization. And so it's not a challenge within the organization based on performance and what we've seen through good financial discipline and prudence. So, and I know ethics goes broader than that, but it remains a priority. But this is one that there is that focus within the organization. We had also, I think, just in terms of then the community engagement, we've recently appointed at Valpids a community liaison officer, specifically focused on ensuring that the engagement with the community is managed. We have a clear plan, and we're going to implement that and talk to the communities on an ongoing basis, not just when we have our regular meetings. What we do have on a quarterly basis, and we've been joining NECSA as the license holder up to now. In our quarterly public safety information forums that happens in different towns surrounding the Falpit site. So that has been how we've ensured we've had a footprint, and we keep talking to the community. But with a community liaison officer, we will be doing it. We now have the mechanism in place to go and really see that engagement with the community grow, to understand what the concerns are, their needs, and how we can work together with those communities. Then in terms of the so that's where the resources have come in. And going forward, we are working with the other entities in the nuclear space, ESCOM, as well as NECSA, to have a collaborative approach and an aligned approach to on a national basis also do the communications and to support each other in getting the best performance here in terms of community support. The question was asked around the attrition percentage. We currently have a 17%. I think from last year, the number that we're sitting with was 17%. So that's actually very high. Now, I know it's a very small organization, but that number is high. So what we've been doing in terms of also as an organization, there's been a specific focus on organizational culture. And there's been quite a comprehensive plan being driven around organizational development. And we're seeing the benefit of that in terms of a more positive environment through the organization with a focus on performance and delivery. Right. Let me just see if there's anything else. The monitoring for leaks at Falpits, just to be clear, absolutely, we do have very good monitoring systems. So for each trench, every waste package, there is a system for monitoring to look for any leaks. We've not detected any. Those are also independently tested, independent from NRWDI. And the design of the trenches actually allows for any leaks to be isolated and to detect those leaks. So over the 39 years or so of operation, the design of the facility has enabled and ensured that we've not had any leaks at Falpits. And then I think the remaining questions, CFO, if you could then cover the items in terms of the expenditure on capital projects to ensure, how do we ensure they align with the budget? I think there was a question on the also the plans to utilize the retained surplus. And I may have missed something, but let me know. Thank you, CFO. Over to you.
Thank you, CEO. As I recall, those were the two questions related to the finances. With expenditure on capital budget, we currently receive an operational grant from National Treasury, and that's the grant that we reported on in the annual financial statements. With regards to the budget for the capital project, specifically the CISF at this point in time, in terms of NRWDI's founding business case, it's based on a polluter-pays principle. And so the strategic or the infrastructure projects would have been met from the Radioactive Waste Management Fund. But because the fund is not yet enacted, we had to find other or alternative funding mechanisms in the absence of the Radioactive Waste Management Fund. So to this extent, the CISF project has a pre-construction cost of almost 100 million, and the construction costs are about 1.8 billion. In that regard, we do apply every year for retained surpluses to do some of the work on the pre-construction phase of the cost. And as part of our processes of seeking funding, we have attempted the SIP route, the NIP obligation route, as well as National Treasury's bulk infrastructure fund route, where they do provide funding for certain projects in excess of a billion. However, we have to be what they call shovel ready at that point, and because we are not shovel ready, we are making applications in the meantime just for those applications to receive attention whilst we get shovel ready. But on the shovel ready side, we also reaching out to the waste generators in terms of funding that we look at in terms of what we call the CISF credits, so that when the fund is enacted, we would offset what we would charge the generators. So that's the mechanisms we are trying to use in the meantime to get the funding off the ground. But in the main, the capital project should have been funded from the Radioactive Waste Management Fund. And I think in the earlier slide of the chairperson, and that was shown as one of the challenges in the organization, is to have that fund ready so that we can commence on these projects in earnest. There was a question on the retention surplus, and although the book shows an accumulated surplus of 32 million rand, when we apply the formula used by National Treasury and we deduct, for example, the provisions and the debtors, etc., we arrive at a figure of 24 million. And that 24 million has two components. 12.1 million relates to firm orders or commitments. And so we have got approval from National Treasury to retain that 12.1 million for the commitments. The other 12.9 million we have requested for work to be done in respect of the CISF, also for work to be done in terms of the functional shift of file pits from NECSA to NRWDI, and other key projects that we are post the license, obtaining of the license. We have got approval for that. From the 32 million, there was 24 million in terms of the formula, and all of that has been approved for critical projects in the amount of 12 million, whilst the other 12 million is for orders and commitments raised in the year. I think those are the two questions related to finance, CEO, that I've covered. Can hand it back to you or to Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, CFO and Chair. That concludes in response to those questions.
Okay. I think you covered. Thank you very much. Let me also repeat by commending your audit. At least you have shown us that at least you are moving a little bit. But the problem that I'm having is that now I'm concerned about this vacant post. But you have answered on when do you think you'll fill it and why are there so many vacant posts. Thank you very much for the presentation. I think the honorable members also have satisfied themselves. But if there are any other questions that might come up, we will write to you via the secretary and we'll request the written response on that. Thanks ever so much once more, and let me release you. And I think we are done for today. Thank you very much. Secretary, is there anything?
Thank you.
Yeah, just to indicate, yeah, we are finished for today, Chair. But we'll continue tomorrow at 2 o'clock with ESCOM, who will be the last entity, where we'll get the briefing by the Auditor General on the audit outcomes of ESCOM. And then immediately after that, we'll get ESCOM on the integrated annual report, the summer plan, which will include the generation recovery plan, Chair. So that's for tomorrow at 2 o'clock, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much for reminding us about that.
Chair, is there a
Otherwise,
virtual meeting?
2 o'clock.
It's a virtual meeting, yeah. Virtual meeting, Chair.
Yes, it is a
The
virtual
link,
meeting, 2 o'clock.
yeah, the link was sent to
Thank
me.
you. Thank you very much, Secretary, for reminding us. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you and good night.
Thank you,
To
Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, colleagues. Bye.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks,
Thank you, Chair.
Bye-bye.
Where's this thing?
Apologies, I had missed signal. I hope I wasn't asked a question now at the end.
No, you weren't, Mom. No, we finished.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Recording stopped.